CDJ, how you doing, brother? Welcome back. Ask me again in an hour. I just finished a 2-hour podcast, well, 2 hours and 10 minutes or 15 minutes podcast. And now we're doing how many hours of stream again? So I'm already tired and we haven't even started the stream yet. So ask me again in a few hours. Dog Mephisto, how you doing? How are you doing, CDJ? Been watching the fallout of Unsouled 9 Awakening Floppy. Yep. Oh, that's one of the topics we'll be discussing is I mean what can you say? You know, life's good. Life's good. Yeah, it is glorious. And it's going to continue happening. You know it's going to continue happening. There's no reason why it'll stop. Of course, the gaming industry doesn't think so. They have no idea why all of this is happening. They have no idea why this is failing. It's just, yeah, it's just one of those things where I think from their perspective, this is truly baffling to them. Why this is happening? Like, what are we doing wrong that we could be doing better? I'm waiting for the Veilguard while my GF is waiting for it because she loves DA. Oh, Dark Mephisto. I mean, I like DA as much as the next guy, but I'm not sure it's going to be great. Danmo, how you doing? Othra, how you doing? I'm a little worried. Not going to lie to you guys. I'm a little worried. It feels like the gaming industry is just, you know, it's going its own way. And that's the thing that scares me. 285 peak online on Steam. Yeah, I mean, that's successful, no? That's what you want for your game, isn't it? Lexi, how you doing? I am very good. Thanks for asking. How are you doing? I was first by a long shot. I know, Z Vengeance. I was in the middle of the podcast with Rurikon, and I just see on chat your name pop up first. When was this? 10 minutes to 12. I saw your name pop up, but I was in the middle of the podcast, so I couldn't even write to you and be like, hey, well done, bro. I'll see you in a bit. David, how you doing, bro? It can only be sustained so long. New challengers will appear. Nothing of value will be lost. David, I absolutely agree with you. I think the space that the gaming industry is in right now is natural, right? We have a bunch of weeds that's growing that needs to be burnt away. And luckily for us, they seem to be taking themselves out. So we don't have to worry too much about this shit. Acedia, how you doing? Welcome, everyone. I should apologize ahead of time to all of you. I have been in this chair already for about 3 hours because I just finished recording the podcast for Mythic Banter with Huracan because he can't do it tomorrow because he has father responsibilities tomorrow. So we had to do it today. So I might be a little tired already. Usually I'm, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed when we start the streams. I am not bright-eyed and bushy-tailed at the minute. I'll tell you that much. I'm already fucking tired. Acedia, not sleepy stream, more like ass tired, back tired, voice tired, ears tired. That's why I don't have the headset on. Because this headset is already fucked. Like, I don't know how to show you guys this. Like, you can see here. It's completely ruined, as you can see. Right? The other ones is downstairs. Remember my wireless headphones, the ones from SteelSeries, the Arctis Pro? They broke, and I sent it in, and they sent me a new pair, like a new box and everything. But I have not had the time to install them. So they're still downstairs in the original box. Nothing's been opened yet. And these are super uncomfortable because it doesn't provide any protection anymore. So technically, I should just get off my ass and install the new headphones, but I don't wanna. I'm not in the mood. So yeah, it's like fuck me. No, I mean I bought new headphones. I have the wireless ones. I just need to install them. It's not that hard work, but it is actually the main reason I haven't installed them yet is I need to buy a powered USB hub. That's the thing I need because they use just too much power for my normal USB bus. Like my normal USB bus can't handle it. Dark Mephisto, what's wrong? Is it broken? I can see you typing. Troubleshooter, how you doing, sir? Let's see, I have my coffee right here. I don't know if this is going to help. Already had 2 cappuccinos today. You can see here. They did not help. Well, they did help. They got me through the first podcast. We'll see if this cup of coffee can get me through the second one. Well, this is not really a podcast, right? This is more streaming. Coffee always helps. True. For a moment, it looked as if your life just ended, but it works now. Okay, cool. Yeah, I guess it is close enough to a podcast. I mean, normally on a podcast, people sit and chat. What do we do on live stream pretty much all the time? We sit and chat. So yeah, technically, I guess you could call this a podcast, albeit a podcast with literally no real subject. Like most podcasts is about something. This podcast is about everything and also about nothing. Our politics, religion, food, and sex podcast. Well, yeah, it's basically. I should just rename this to the everything podcast. Sometimes even WoW. Yeah, sometimes we talk about World of Warcraft. You know, or sometimes we play video games. Even like, it doesn't happen often, but sometimes we do play World of Warcraft video games. Speaking of video games, V Vengeance, what's up? Wait, are you for real? The Cthulhu City Builder. What's his name again? I was looking forward to that game. What's it called again? Niara, how you doing? Worshippers of Cthulhu. We may have to play that now. Oh, new. It's cheap as shit as well. Like, holy crap. Oh, it is on early access. Do I buy this or do I not buy this? How do you guys think? Byte, how you doing, sir? Playing the demo right now. And what are you thinking, Byte? Is it good or is it not? Early morning, Echo. Glad to see you online. Danmo, I'm happy to have you here, sir. Welcome back. Slow pace RTS. I don't mind slow pace. He was your mentor. Oh, that's not bad. I mean, I like Cthulhu, and I like storylines with Cthulhu. I'm waiting for Ale Abbey. What's that, Niara? What's Ale Abbey? The other game that I know many of you would want me to play because you said so yesterday is Final Fantasy 16. Is that worth playing? Is that worth starting a playthrough for? What do you mean, ah? Don't fucking me. What? Use your words, sir. Little managing cozy game. You have to make beer and sell it. 16 just didn't hit for me. Well, will it hit for me? Is the question. Why won't it be entertaining to watch? What's wrong with it? Isn't it like super story? I mean, if it's super storyline, and most of you fucks enjoyed me playing Elder Scrolls Online, so, isn't this also boss fights and stuff? Or is it too much story and that gets boring for people to watch? Because I'm not going to lie, the screenshots of this looks phenomenal. It really does look good. You also enjoy you playing Elden Ring? Yeah. I mean, graphics looks good. Ashley, how you doing? Dark is being a downer, in my opinion. It's up to the personality to make a game worth watching. Ashley, that is true. But I think there is also something about some games are just not fun to watch. And then also some personalities, like for example, when I'm playing super story games, I tend to get really into the story. Like really into it. So I'll just sit here and be dead quiet as I'm going through the story because I'm engrossed. So I might not be a good story streamer specifically for that reason. Because I like my story games and I like taking in, what's in a story. The hardest to watch out of all of the Souls games, that is true. It's just too big of a game. Yeah, but I have so much fun playing it though. I don't want to watch that. You got me. Dark Mephisto, why do you not want to watch Final Fantasy 16? Let's start there. Fallon, how you doing, sir? It has been a minute. How's life treating you, man? I'll agree with that, Ashley. Although I must admit, I find watching pretty much any game not fun. I prefer just chatting streams. So most of the streamers that I watch do just chatting stuff. Because I'd rather be playing the game. If a streamer is playing a game that I'm interested in, I'd rather play the game myself. It's been better. Oh shit, what's wrong, Fallon? My life's been good. Thanks for asking. I don't want to boast in front of anyone, but my life's been brilliant. I've been having a lot of fun. Work's been fun. WoW's been fun. So yeah, I really have not much to complain about. Although I know right now the World of Warcraft industry or community is on fire. I know that. But I'm not a Mythic Raider or a Mythic Dungeoneer, so I have no problem. Sif, how you doing, sir? I like the way Epic Name Bro did the Death Stranding playthrough. He did a no chat segment, then take a break to talk to the audience. Maybe you could do the same. I did that with my my attempt at doing a Divinity Original Sin 2 playthrough, where I would take time in between cutscenes and stuff to talk to the audience. What ended up happening was after 6 hours, we were still on the starting ship. Because the segments of community chat were like 3.5 hours long, and then we would do 5 minutes of gameplay, and then we would do another hour-long conversation. So, that did not go well. It is a skill issue, technically. I wonder if I should buy this. Am I just going to waste my money? I've never played a Final Fantasy game except for 14. Pancreatitis. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that, Fallon. Can we get some hearts in chat for Fallon, please? And my prayers are with you. Are you talking about what's that game called? You're talking about this game, no? Timberborn. You love this game? Final Fantasy games will be your jam? You've had a lot of peanut butter with WoW. FF is the jam to complete it? Oh, shit. That sounds kinky, but also fun. Lucy, how you doing? Very happy to have you here, Lucy. Yeah, I know there are separate universes. I just don't understand why, but I do know that they're separate. We should also do Space Marine at some point. But maybe today we'll do the Cthulhu one. I'm thinking the Cthulhu game could be fun for the patch to come out. What patch? You mean the Space Marine 2 patch? Why? What's happening with the Space Marine 2 patch? SM is heavily overtuned right now. I recommend after doing FF16 to go to X, then 7 original. Oh shit! Am I gonna become a Final Fantasy 14 gamer now, or a Final Fantasy gamer now? I don't know. Like, do I even want to be a Final Fantasy gamer? Kiki, how you doing? Have you done the new WoW anniversary event so far? The raid is so overtuned for a fun raid event, in my opinion. I have not. I have not. Oh, fake me. Uh. Dude, I need to go get my wallet because my bank card expired. I have a new one, and I did not update Steam yet to purchase the game. Oh, wow, this is annoying. The separate universes thing was a good idea in hindsight because you can have 16 games and every one of them is a starting point. Doesn't run into the issue of the Yakuza series. Give this man the game. No, Z-Finished. I already want to. I want to buy it. I just need to go downstairs and get my wallet. Well, let's talk for a bit and then I'll go get my wallet. How is everyone doing? What are you guys up to? For those of you that literally just joined, the reason I sound like I'm already 4 hours into the stream is because I just finished the podcast for like 2 hours and an hour before that, sitting here getting ready for the podcast. So that's why I sound the way that I am. So I saw Twitch drama is more wild. Wait, how? Somebody to say hi. Oh shit, Ashley, what do you do for a living? What happened with the Twitch drama now? My mug says pow. I don't know why. It just says that. First store of 3 today? Shit, demo. Is your mic busted? No. Why? What's wrong with the mic? I clean senior apartments and help them with their laundry. Oh, shit. Wow. So you're like a good person and everything? Actually, fuck me. Isn't that like... No, I should probably... Like, it's just sometimes old people have old people smell, which is like weird. But I guess we're all going to smell like that at some point, so... How to say it? Sounds very electronic. Does it sound weird? Does the mic sound weird to anyone? I was born with reduced... I don't know what that means, Ashley. Gikoi, how you doing? Sounds good to me. Same as always. I'm waiting at the doctor's and notice that you started the stream. Makes me happy. Kiki, I'm happy to be here. Doctor, you said yesterday you've been feeling sick for a while, but now I can't remember what was wrong. You in Twitch or YouTube? I'm on both. MNS. You can literally come hang out in either one. Must be my side then. Growfile, you stupid son of a bitch. I love you, bro, but you made me stress for a second, so fuck you. Alcatraz, how you doing, sir? You should really check out the show called From, by the way, Akko. It's so amazing. I think you'd like it. What is it about? My dad had no sense of smell. I inherited that. I can smell things, but I go nose blind in 2 to 3 minutes. What? Wait, like nose blind? So you get used to the smell? I love the show, but they need to give us new seasons. It's a horror show. Why would you... Explain to me, why would you think it's a good idea to suggest a horror game, a horror show to me? Do you imagine that I'll ever spend time watching a horror show? By now, you guys should know me well enough to know I don't watch scary shows. Agatha all along. It's amazing. Why does that sound familiar to me? Where did I see that? CR, how you doing, sir? Scary shows and games are for women? Yeah, but I'm not a woman, so why am I being suggested watching scary shit? Oh, it's a Marvel show? Dude, Marvel hasn't done anything good in a while. I don't know if I trust Marvel with anything. X-Ray, how you doing, sir? No. People are talking about all kinds of different shit here. You suggested From, and then Dark Mephisto suggested, no, you should watch Agatha all along. Because apparently that's good as well. Dude, I wasn't a fan of the Loki series. I know that makes me weird because many people loved it. I wasn't a fan of the Loki series. I was a fan of the first few episodes, and then I got bored as fuck with it. I have an ear infection. Oh yeah, you mentioned that. Because of the constantly blocked nose I have due to allergies. It sucks, but now that I know, I can do something. MNS, you asked me a question. Are the forest race in War Within dark trolls who didn't evolve? Well, it depends. So I want to believe that the Haranir, that they might be the ancestors of the trolls, but according to at least the story we got at at the announcement of the War Within, they came to Azeroth specifically to protect the tree. So it sounds almost as if they're not native to Azeroth, but they came to Azeroth. Now, it could be that all Blizzard actually meant by that is they came to this island from some other island or some other place to protect this tree, or that they are truly from another planet. Now, that could mean the trolls are in fact not native to Azeroth, and that there's actually trolls originated from this Haranir, and the Haranir came from a different planet. So this would mean, effectively, that there really is only one race that originated on Azeroth, specifically, and that would be goblins. Debating it to inflate their audience. Dark Mephisto, why would you suggest a show that everyone else is saying is woke as shit? Why would you suggest that? Also, there's better names for shows than Agatha All Along, and then it's a show about witches. It's like, dude, what are you doing? Why aren't you giving this show a proper name? I think Haranir are a link subrace of Doctoral. That's my thinking as well. I'm just giving you what Blizzard sort of let drop as a potential name for, or a potential origin story for the what's it called? Fuck me, man. A potential origin story for the Haranir. Sorry, guys, my mind is all over the place here. That show sounds scary. Scary in a good way, Lucy, or a bad way? The show literally spawned because the audience liked the side character from that shitty Scarlet Witch series they did. Anything where women are main characters or someone is gay is woke and it's just bullshit. So Dark Mephisto, I happen to have this conversation literally. I was having this conversation literally an hour ago on the podcast Mythic Banter with Rurikon. What people need to realize is this is not the gamers' fault. The gamers are not to blame for calling out everything that is currently being made woke. The people you have to blame for this are the woke consultancy firms and the developers. They're the ones who did this. And this is exactly what I warned about. This is why I've been warning about this for 5 years. Because this is where we are now. Right? One of the reasons World of Warcraft is currently being called woke is for exactly the same reason. Now, all of this stems from a conversation I had yesterday. So yesterday, one of my friends comes over and I show him the cinematic for Exodus. Now, you guys know I am mega hyped for Exodus. Mega hyped for Exodus. The first 10 seconds of the cinematic opens with the guy and the girl is walking. He sees the girl and he goes, woke DI bullshit, I won't watch anymore. And he leaves. He walks downstairs and we go hang out downstairs. What transpires is an hour-long conversation about why he can't just make a snap judgment about the show based on the fact that he saw a woman in the first 10 seconds of the cutscene. Because that's not exactly what woke means. And in having this conversation, something dawns on me. What are humans very good at? Like it is one of our premier survival qualities. It's something that has allowed us to stay alive for as long as we have. Pattern recognition. Humans are incredibly good at spotting patterns and then making snap judgments about said patterns. So as a human, I spot a pattern. I see something happening. And something happens. So for example, I'm walking in the middle of the bush somewhere for the first time ever. Humans have just basically started being humans. And my friend and I see the bush rattling. And we're both standing looking at the bush rattling. We're not entirely sure what this is. My friend goes a little bit closer to inspect it. And suddenly a lion jumps out and eats my friend. And I run away. I'm like, oh my fuck. A lion just ate my friend. And I go home. I go to the village and I tell all of the other villagers, oh, my friend just got eaten by a lion because the bush was rattling. This is seriously bad, right? And then a few weeks later, I walk in the bush again with another friend of mine. And we see the bush rattling. We spot the pattern. right? So we immediately go, bush is rattling, that happened before, this might be a lion, make a snap judgment, run away. We don't even expect it. We don't even have to inspect. We don't have to investigate it. We know that the previous time the bush rattled, there was a lion. So now the bush is rattling, there might be a lion, let's run away. You and I are the descendants of the ones who ran away, who did not go to look at the bush. So humans are incredibly good at spotting patterns. So what happened over the course of the last, let's say, 7-8 years, is the gaming industry has slowly but surely made tokenized characters. And this is the most racist, disgusting thing you can ever get, where they take a female character, shoehorn her into the game, make her the main character of the game, and make her the most uninteresting character the game has ever seen. Right? And gamers see that. And gamers are like, dude, what the fuck is this? Why is this just constantly happening to our games? They make female characters and they make them look as bad as possible. Gamers spot this, they go, what the hell is this? Continuously, they keep making games with these tokenized characters in the games. And every single time we play these games with these tokenized characters in the games suck. So what happens? We start spotting the pattern. And before long, we see a game, we see a female character in the game, and we go, oh, DI woke, fuck that game. The sad bit of this, and why this makes me sad, is if Lara Croft's Tomb Raider, the last 3 that came out, launched today for the first time, no one would play it. And in my opinion, Tomb Raider is a must-play for every single fuck. If you're a gamer and you're not playing Tomb Raider, what are you doing? If you care at all about story, gameplay, adventure, Tomb Raider is a must. It is a phenomenal fucking game. No one would play it. If it launched today, no one would play it. Because it's a female lead character, must be woke, must be DI. Despite the fact that there is no DI elements in the game at all. Right? The more the gaming industry keeps doing this, the worse it's going to get. Before long, even games that is phenomenal will be cancelled before they even launch because of this nonsense. I mean, I can show you guys, we don't have to look far, right? We do not have to look far. Let's go Unknown 9. Unknown 9 Awakening. Steam charts. And you'll be able to see it here, right? So this is the kind of stuff that they keep doing. This is the kind of stuff that they keep doing. This company, by the way, touts themselves as the front runner. They are the change that the industry have been hoping for. They are the upsetters of the trends. They're going to change the entire gaming community forever and ever, and there's just never going to be a better game than this. Another one of these games, Tales of Kinzera. Another game with Sweet Baby Inc. right there on the fucking front cover. They tout this game as one of the games they worked on. Another game where Sweet Baby Inc. was very much involved. In fact, 2 of the people, the founder of Sweet Baby Inc. and the current CEO of Sweet Baby Inc. are both in the credits for this game. 276 all-time players. 232 all-time players. Both games with good budgets. Completely died. Why? Pattern recognition. We are now able to spot the patterns. So now we see Sweet Baby Inc., we cancel. We see a character from a minority background, we cancel. This is sad. Because, again, Cyberpunk 2077. One of the best characters in Cyberpunk 2077 is Reed. Reed is Idris Elba. Idris Elba is fucking phenomenal in Cyberpunk 2077 Phantom Liberty. In a few years from now, people will see Idris Elba as the main character in a game, And they'll instantly be like, woke bullshit, won't play. Even though the game might be super good, they won't play it because they spot the patterns. It hurts people from minority backgrounds that may actually be in good games where the game is absolutely worth playing and there isn't any DI shit. Because fundamentally, what is it that we mean when we say a game is woke? What does that mean? It means that you tokenized the characters that you placed in the game. That's literally what it means. It means tokenized characters. It means you took a character, race swapped them, just so that you could have a black character or an Asian character in the game. Even though the race swapping doesn't necessarily even make sense, you shoehorn it in there because why not? You have a game like Kingdom Come Deliverance. Kingdom Come Deliverance, the first Kingdom Come. They were criticized because there were no black people in the game. This is a game set during the Middle Ages of Europe. Guess what race wasn't in Europe during the Middle Ages? And specifically, I believe the game takes place in Poland. Or in one of those, Hungary or Poland. Guess what race was not in Europe during the Middle Ages? Black people. They weren't there. This game is historically accurate, or at least trying to be as historically accurate, so they didn't make black characters for the game. That is authentic. The same way that if you made a game and you set that game in Egypt, I would be very confused if suddenly a dude with blonde hair and fucking blue eyes start running around. We'd be like, what? Or you made a game and you set it in Kenya, and suddenly the main character is a white dude. Everyone would be like, why is this character here? We're talking about over 1,000 years ago. There would not have been white characters here. Why is this character here? It's a tokenized character. You put that character in there just to say, I have that character in there. It's disgusting, and you should not be doing it. And you're doing harm to actual people who may want to make a game just because it's a good game. Right? Who may want to make a game and celebrate the history. Like I have said before, I am looking forward to the day that someone makes a fantasy game set in Africa. There are phenomenal stories from some of the tribes in Africa. Like I'm talking truly awe-inspiring fantasy stories from some of the black tribes in Africa. I know for a fact that if that game got announced today, it would fail on the altar. It would be burnt alongside all of the other bad games. Because the snap judgment will be woke. That's it. Regardless of anything, woke. Done. So these consultants and these developers are making matters worse, not better. And they only have themselves to blame. I do not blame the gamers for this, because the gamers are acting the way that humans would act, and it's Bohemia. I saw a lot of you saying Bohemia, not Poland. I just know it's one of the European countries, in that part of Europe, sort of. The second one for Warhorse Studios, the second Kingdom Come Deliverance, will have black people, and you already saw it. People already started talking about boycotting the game. Because the game is now going woke, because they have Sweet Baby Inc. involved in the game. That game is probably going to suffer as a result of it, regardless of how good it is. And then you have a good studio going under because they bowed to the political powers rather than just make good games. Stop worrying about bullshit. Just make good games. You know, and if you want to make a game with authentic characters, go for it. But then make sure that the gameplay is good. Make sure that the story is good. Make sure that you have a good game on your hands before you just, start standing on top of your diversity. Because that's usually what these companies, that's all they have. Oh, we're so diverse. Our game is the most diverse game in the history of the world. Well, is it a good game? What do you mean? What? Well, is the gameplay good? Is the story good? No, we barely fucking spend time on that. We just wanted to make sure that we're diverse. Right. I guess that makes sense. It's disgusting. And it's doing harm when you don't need to do this. Baybars, his blue eyes, and he became ruler of Egypt during the Mongol invasion. Crumb, the problem with that would again be very obscure unless people know the history of Egypt. And I would ask the exact same question. It's the same question I asked about Assassin's Creed Shadows. Was there a person in Japan called Yasuke during that time period? Yeah. But when you tell people we're making a game about the samurai set in ancient Japan, how many people do you think immediately thought, Yasuke, the black samurai? Not a fucking one. No one thought immediately, they must be talking about this really obscure fucking character from history, right? No one was thinking that, which is the whole thing, right? And I know you're just making a point, but that's part of it, right? If you're gonna make a game set in Japan with samurai, make them Japanese, because that's what everyone was expecting. If you're gonna make a game about some guy in Egypt, don't make them blonde, even if there is such a character in the Egyptian, lineage and history. Most people aren't going to think about that character when they think Egypt. They're going to think about bog standard Egyptians, because what else am I supposed to think? So yeah, I hate it. Same with Shogun. You mean Shogun, the series? The problem is I'm not entirely sure about Shogun the series. I watched it and I enjoyed it. I thought it was really well done. But I thought it was really well done because they at least appeared to spend a lot of time making sure that the Japanese culture and story was preserved, and celebrated. And also, if you take the show, it is about these people from England coming there, so it kind of makes sense that there be English people. That's what the story is about, no? Is it Shogun that I'm thinking about? Which one am I thinking about? Shogun, the new series, right? That's the one we're talking about. It's just really rude and hurtful in many ways. Lucy, I know. I spoke to a Japanese guy about this, I think last week or the week before. And to them, obviously, samurai is a big part of their history. It's a massive part of their history. So when you come in and you just completely change the story to whatever you want, it's a slap in the face to the people who care about the story. I mean, what's worse, and this is actually worse, the journalists that pretended like Yasuke is one of the most beloved samurai in all of Japan. Like, Japanese people actually think Yasuke is the greatest samurai to ever live. That was the most disgusting bit of it. Because it later turns out not a single Japanese person even believes that Yasuke was a samurai. The entire story was made up by a white dude who wrote a book and then went into Wikipedia and changed Wikipedia and cited his own fucking book as the source for the new history. That's the whole story of Yasuke. There's literally one historian that believes that Yasuke was an actual samurai. All other historians know he wasn't. Because there's no evidence that he was ever ever a samurai. This is the same reason why Henry Cavill's show about 40K on Amazon will not happen. They wanted to push their female Space Marines. Do we know if it won't happen, though? Just keep doing it. People will get complacent and stop their protest and bitching and just accept it. If not, they will just get indoctrinate the younger generations who will not bitch. Tiger Shark, the problem, of course, is I saw a poll literally last night, someone sent me a poll on WhatsApp. Gen Z boys overwhelmingly are conservative. And they're trending more and more conservative. So as they're growing older, they're actually getting more and more conservative. So you're not even going to get the younger generation. Even the younger generation are, and there's a reason for it, by the way. Young people, specifically teenagers, want to be contrarian, right? They want to be whatever the society isn't. And since society keeps pushing the super left-wing stuff, young people grow up and they sort of go, well, it's actually cool to be this other thing. And so young people are trending more and more towards, the conservative side of things. And they reject this stuff as well. So I don't think it's getting better for them. Jim Jones, how you doing? The journalist telling the Japanese, no, you're wrong about your own culture. We know better. It's funny how the side of tolerance is unironically more racist. Oh, yeah, of course. Dude, so there's a concept. It's actually a very important concept that most people don't know about. So you'll often hear this, where people say, have some fucking empathy. You all have heard this before, right? Have some empathy. So there's a concept. This book is actually pretty old, but it refers to untethered empathy. Untethered empathy. And it actually explains how untethered empathy is one of the most dangerous things you could ever have. Now, it's important to understand, what is empathy? If I were to ask people in chat right now, what is empathy at its base level, at its category? Under what would we categorize empathy? So not a definition of empathy. What would be the category of thing that empathy would be? Emotion. Obi-Wan is correct. Empathy is an emotion, but empathy is actually a very interesting emotion. Boku, how are you doing? So empathy isn't an emotion in and of itself. Empathy is an emotion built from other emotions. So it's almost like a magnifier of emotions. So the way empathy works is, I see someone that is sad. Now, I feel sad because of my own empathy, and her sadness is magnified within me so that I experience her sadness as well. Then someone else sees us, and they now start to feel sad because they have empathy. So it's really an emotion of emotions. It literally works with everything. If you have one person that's angry, they will make other people angry just by seeing the anger. And that's empathy. It's empathy at work. It's the ability to feel what other people are feeling. That is empathy. Now, empathy, like all other emotions, can be very helpful, but also very, very bad if that is the driving force. If that's the main thing you use to make your decisions on, empathy is one of the most dangerous of emotions. It's sort of like, years ago, I was in this relationship with a girl, and right at the beginning of the relationship, we made a deal with each other that we would never let things fester. So we would talk about, so as soon as something happens, we have to talk about it. The deal was effectively, if you don't talk about it immediately, you're not allowed to bring it up later. You have to talk about it now, right? So as soon as something happens, you have to bring it up. The problem was, we would fight about everything. Like, the smallest things would turn into a massive fight almost every single time. And one day, I can't remember exactly what happened, but she did something that annoyed me. And I went to her and I was about to bring it up. And I realized, wait, I'm very angry right now. Like, I'm actually, the annoyance had set into anger. And I realized if I say anything now, I'm probably going to end this relationship. That's how angry I am now. I'm ending this relationship if I speak now. So I just say to her, look, we'll talk later. And she was like, no, we said we'll talk immediately. And I was like, no, we'll talk later. I'm not in the right state of mind. And that was the first time we actually had a disagreement about something that she did or something that I did where it didn't lead into a fight. About 5 or 6 hours later, I went to her, I told her what she did and what I didn't like about it. And we just had a normal conversation about it and we resolved the issue. And then I started thinking about all the other fights we had, and I realized we never resolved any of those issues. We just fought because I was doing it while being emotional. We know this. Everyone knows this. Do not make decisions when you're emotional. Wait until you've calmed down, cooled down, and then, let cooler heads prevail. Empathy is the same thing. Now, untethered empathy is where empathy becomes the driving force. So rather than having a certain set of principles and rules and then allowing empathy to influence those principles and rules, you leave the principles and rules by the wayside and empathy becomes the main driver. You must be empathetic or else. This is the main thing. Now, this leads to a number of very, very real issues. Most notably, in the gaming industry, in the movie industry, we have allowed empathy to almost become a sort of like a sacred thing. It's sacred. You have to have empathy, and you can never not have empathy. If you do anything that is even remotely questioning, where's your empathy? So, for example, during the Me Too movement, the first person that even for a moment said, hold up, but that story doesn't seem nearly plausible. It was like, no, believe all women. Believe all women. I'd say, but wait, fuck. I mean, women are still people and people can lie. Surely the answer to this isn't just to blindly believe everyone. Sure, we want to make sure that those women who actually suffered have justice, but the answer there isn't just hashtag believe all women, because women can lie. Women are people. They can make shit up, right? That's the issue. We have the exact same issue with the asylum seeker problem, where suddenly, if you even for a moment question whether or not millions of people should come into your country, how dare you, you heartless son of a bitch. They have nowhere else to go. And then you go, well, actually, they have hundreds of other places to go. Why are they coming here? No, but you're not allowed to ask that. You see, because empathy is the only thing that matters. Everything else makes you evil. If you're not fully empathetic towards everything, you must be evil. This is where we get to all sorts of crazy things that people believe. This is where we get to the point where we're saying a 3-year-old should be respected in the choice of their gender. It's saying, dude, when I was 3, I wanted to jump off the top of the roof because I thought the umbrella would help me fly. Thank fuck my parents didn't go, well, he knows best. My parents looked at me and said, are you crazy? That umbrella isn't going to make you fly. You're not going on the roof. Right? Because I would have died. There's some things where you just go, wait, this is nuts. A 3-year-old obviously cannot make life-altering decisions for themselves, the same way a 12-year-old cannot make life-altering decisions for themselves. And it doesn't matter how bad you feel for them. We all feel bad for them, but we do at least have to have some kind of principle that says, no, not yet. Wait until you're older. If you get 18 and you still feel the same, then more power to you. But you're 12. Go be a kid. Go do something else. It's mega dangerous. And we seem to be marching as a society closer and closer to almost a it feels like we're destroying ourselves because of this constant drive to make everyone happy. We just have to be sure everyone is happy. We have to be sure that no one gets hurt. We have to be sure that no one feels like their toes are being stepped on. It's like, well, sometimes you have to step on people's toes. Sometimes you have to make the hard decisions, right? We can look, for example, at Japan, right? During the Second World War. And we can say, oh, that was so evil, dropping nukes on Japan. It's like, well, it stopped the Japanese. The Japanese were getting ready to further push into China, to further push into all of these other countries, to keep fighting. That stopped the war. It likely saved hundreds of thousands of lives. And yes, some people died. And yes, that was terrible. But what did it cause? How many lives did it save as a result? And not just lives of Allied troops. Lives of Japanese people. So yes, thousands died. But how many Japanese people's lives were saved? Because those two bombs broke the spirit of the Japanese government. The second those two bombs dropped, the Japanese government realized, we're done. We're done. We cannot fight this. We don't have these bombs, and they clearly have more. We give up. It's fine. Let's just leave it. Before this, they wouldn't have done that, and they would have just continued their war. We could look at Nazi Germany, and we could say, oh, what the Allies did to the Nazis or to the German people, because for those of you that didn't know, there was not a single German town standing by the end of that war. The Allies bombed the living crap out of every single city that they went to because it was easier than actually clearing the buildings because you don't know where the Germans may be hiding. Most of the cities were destroyed. Now, we could sit here today and say, oh, that was very evil. That was very evil. How dare we do this? It's like, well, it stopped Hitler. If we didn't do this, Hitler would still be around doing very evil things. So he probably wouldn't be around anymore. Hey. But he would have been around for much longer doing much more evil shit. You know, so fundamentally, when you just have empathy, no one would stop Hitler. That's literally what it means. Seeky Seeks, how you doing? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate you. Thank you. If only empathy existed, we would never have been able to stop Hitler. Because how can you? Right? Think of the German people. You know, the second Britain and the Allied forces moved into Germany and started bombing the first buildings, what would the people today have said? Oh, wait, but that's not... No. How dare you bomb a bunch of German cities? That is just disgusting. You guys should absolutely stop this because we have empathy running rampant. And it's like, bro, Hitler is killing a lot of people. We need to shut this fucker down now. We don't care how many buildings we have to blow up. If we have to level the entirety of Germany, we will fucking do it. But this bitch needs to be stopped now. So we don't give a shit. We'll rebuild Germany later. For now, we have a certain Austrian painter to stop. Imagine if that was today. Imagine if that happened today. Do you think, how many college protests do you imagine would happen today if the Second World War was happening right fucking now? Seeky, that's also very true. It is more complicated, Akon. You can't have empathy for everyone. You shouldn't have empathy for white men, especially if they are straight. Oh, yeah, this is actually true. I'm sorry. I completely forgot about that. Of course, we should have empathy for everyone, except for straight white men. You can kill them as much as you want. That's correct, right? Am I missing? Oh, I think sometimes also Asians, especially if it's like Asian woman who's dating white men, they also don't matter because according to the left, they're basically just white coded at this point. So they're fine too. So all the Asian ladies that's dating white men, you're shit out of luck. You get no empathy. Also, the Asian dudes that's dating white women, you also don't get any empathy. That sucks, but it is what it is. And also, all of the black dudes that don't agree with all of this shit, you're also shit out of luck because they'll just call you names. They'll just call you names and completely dismiss what you have to say. You have to listen to your white liberal saviors.
Oh, damn.
Because, they're the ones that matter. Seeky Seeks with a sub. Really appreciate you. Welcome to the most degenerate chat on Twitch. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Far too kind. There would be gays for the Nazis. True. Queers for the Nazis. If World War II was happening right now, most of these idiots would be drafted and sent to die like they were back in the 40s. Dude, they wouldn't do it. The civil sarcasm gets me every time, Traxy. I can only apologize, sir. But yeah, it's nuts, dude. We live in a completely upside down world and no one seems to notice. At least most people don't seem to notice because everyone is too busy trying to kowtow to the worst people in our society. Anyways, I'll be paying attention to chat now and I'll stop running my mouth. It's not about not wanting to do it. It's about being forced to do it. If the government's going to ask you, dude, I'm going to ask you this. Do any of you have any faith in an American military that is filled with a bunch of college fucking students from today? Like, dude, I'm sorry, but what even would be the point of that fucking army? Like, come on, let's be real. You have a bunch of dudes running around with blue hair. You're telling me Destiny is going to be on the front lines in Germany, storming the beach? Nah, bro. By that, I'm not saying I will be there doing it myself either. I'd be too fucking tired off the 10 meters to do that. But I could at least try. Or Hassan. Can you imagine Hassan being on the front lines in those boats storming the beach? Motherfucker will cry he'll shit himself before he does that. He's only Mr. Big Shot, when he's sitting behind his PC, able to run his mouth talking shit about the American military because, he doesn't actually have to get his hands dirty. By his own side, I'd probably be the one doing it as well. Reminds me how, as of now, no one on Epstein's list has been brought to justice. Do we even know the list? Siki, I could actually see that. To protect the government that spit on their faces, they're mad. Niara, at the end of the day, if your country calls you, you'll answer. That's just how it is. I live in a country where I am openly vilified. My government goes so far as to actively say that white people is the biggest problem in my country. And yet, if any country tried to invade my country, I would immediately enlist. Immediately. It's my country. I won't just let it go. That's just how it is. This list, this Diddy's list crossing in the middle was celebrities endorsing Kamala right now. Yeah, the Kamala endorsements is fucking cringe. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. It is cringe. And not because it's Kamala. I don't give a shit. People can vote for who they want. I'm just not sure why Kamala and the gang, like, why do people put so much stock into what celebrities think? Does anyone even give a fuck about what celebrities think? I genuinely don't get it. That depends, Akko. It's not always to defend your country. True. Old women care about what celebrities think. Jules, how you doing? People who can't think for themselves. Why was Bernie on Pokemon stream? And is my question, what the fuck was that stunt? As if people needed more reasons to dislike that bitch. I actually think influencers have more pull on voting than regular celebrities. Yeah, but most of the influencers are also super left wing, no? Didn't I see what's his name? Nick Pollan from OTK? What's his handle again? I can't remember what his handle is. Nick Pollan, here we go. Yeah, here we go. He had a going live this morning and talking about the election and how to save our democracy. And then you go here and you find it's super blue. 100% Democrat, progressive victory. So, Nick's doing it. And then Asmongold responded to this, but I'm not sure if he's... Here it is. Asmongold responded to this saying, okay, this is a receipt from when I went to KFC in 2008. If Kamala really cares about me, what is she doing to bring back these prices? Quickie, how are you doing? Yeah, our democracy is usually just bullshit. Dude. What do you mean save your democracy? Like, save it how? And also, why would I listen to Nick about anything in politics? Has the dude ever said anything about politics? Like, has he ever spoken about politics? Does he know anything about politics? Or does he just know Trump equals bad? Because that seems to be the growing trend here. Trump is bad. They mean only their rules getting enforced? No, he got paid to have an opinion. Oh yeah, I remember. That's why he tweeted that out. So that website actually paid a bunch of streamers. That organization paid a bunch of streamers in order to in order to vote blue, I guess you could say. C says, how you doing? I don't know if he's just memeing, but fundamentally, if he is just memeing, he's only memeing in order to save his own ass, so he can sort of go, dudes, I was just joking. Come on. Just making fun of all this. Because you provided the link, right? You provided the link to their website, so it's clear that you are doing their work. That would actually be more stupid. You're doing the work for free? Like, at least get the fucking money. And get the bag if you're going to be selling yourself to the highest bidder. Oh no, everyone loved him until he actually ran. Jules, that is... You know what is the funniest thing to me? Can I quickly ask in chat? I wonder if most people will be honest about this. How many of you are voting Trump and how many of you are voting Kamala? I promise you, I have no judgment towards either one. If you want to vote Trump, vote Trump. If you want to vote Kamala, vote Kamala. I have friends that vote Kamala, that will vote Kamala. I have friends that's going to vote Trump. I couldn't give two shits. In my own family, I have one brother that will vote Kamala if he could vote in America, and another one will vote Trump if he could vote in America. So I genuinely don't give a shit. I'm not American, but if I was, I would vote Trump. I'll vote Trump, not American. Trump, baby, let's go. I'd vote Trump if I was American. Aussie, but I'd vote Trump. Not US, but if I could, I would vote Trump. Oh shit, I have a bunch of based fucking viewers. As an American, our politics are just a device to keep us all distracted and upset about things we do not understand. I'd much rather see our country united under a common ground, but we are too confused. Siki, I absolutely agree with you there. Absolutely. I think how the moment I knew that American politics does not matter at all, it doesn't matter who you vote for, was when George W. Bush and Cheney endorsed Kamala Harris. That's the moment that I knew, wait, I don't think these parties matter at all. Like, at all. I don't think any of that matters. From Southeast Asia, Trump is better for the world. You see, now, here's the thing. I unironically see liberal voters. Now, I want you guys to remember back to when DeSantis was running for governor of Florida. What did the liberal Democrats say about DeSantis? What was their main takeaway of DeSantis? Barzolezo, I said in that moment, that was the moment that I knew Trump is better for America, was when Cheney fucking endorsed Kamala Harris. I was like, bro, if Satan is endorsing your campaign, you cannot vote for this. Like, fuck me. You have arguably one of the most evil people in American politics endorsing you over someone else? Yeah, this is problematic, to use one of their words. This is problematic. It means that, they're really afraid of whatever the hell Trump's going to be doing. And since Cheney has never met a country that he doesn't want to go to war with, maybe Trump's the better one. But the thing is, they attacked DeSantis non-stop, calling him a racist, calling him a homophobe, calling him evil, calling him this, calling him that, calling him all sorts of names. About a month ago, I started seeing posts from Democrats with DeSantis' face going, imagine this could have been the man running for president of the United States of America. I would actually have voted for this man, and I've never voted Republican in my life. And I just looked at it and I went, dude, weren't you calling him a racist homophobe like 5 minutes ago? And then I realized the Republicans could have a gay black man running for president, and the Democrats will find a reason to call him names, to call him a racist, to call him a homophobe, to call him all sorts of things, because it's not about who runs. They don't care whether or not Trump is actually not a bad guy. They don't care about who Trump actually is. He's Republican, therefore he's evil. So if you're a Republican thinking to yourself, well, Trump just divides the country, I have news for you. There is not a single Republican president or nominee that will not divide the country. The problem in America is that if you have R next to your name, you are automatically the worst person in the world. So any Republican that thinks I will not vote for Trump because Trump is just going to divide the country further, you're shit out of luck. You'll never be able to put up a nominee that's going to unify the country, ever. Tulsi Gabbard also joined them. Always thought she was a very pretty lady, so got my vote. Well, look at Tulsi Gabbard. The second Tulsi Gabbard started speaking against the Democrats. Now, I want you all to understand something. Tulsi Gabbard is a Democrat. She's a liberal. She's not a conservative. If you listen to most of her policies, she's not conservative. Her policies are very liberal. What did they call her? What did they call her the second she started speaking against the Democrats? Jiggy, your dad is a man of knowledge and wisdom. You should listen to your dad. The man knows what he's talking about. It's just corporations. And the Democrats have managed to convince their moron followers that the Republicans are the most evil people in the country. And that will just never stop, right? That will never stop. Now, I'm grateful that whenever I speak to people, like normal people, and I ask them what's life like on the street, like what's life like normally, just normal people doing normal things. Most people say it's not anything like Twitter. It's not like most people on the street barely give a fuck about this shit. They just live their lives and they go on. So hopefully that's true. Hopefully there is still many, many people in America that don't buy into the bullshit as badly. Forgotten, how you doing, bro? Tiny Dragon. Why are you talking about American politics? You're from Africa. Do you think American politics does not influence Africa? You do realize that you guys sneeze and the rest of the world gets a cold, right? Grok, how you doing? Now, if America was completely insignificant and didn't matter, we wouldn't be talking about this in the way, and this is no hate towards the Finnish people, but I don't even know who the Finnish president is. I have never followed a single Finnish president or presidential election in my life. Why? Because when Finland does anything, South Africa does not care. Doesn't matter. But when America does stuff, we have to care, because America can either fuck things up beautifully or they can fix things. There's only really America that can do that. No other country in the world has that level of power. The only other country that kind of comes close would be the European Union. It's not a country, but it is a large enough influence that they can kind of make waves, but even then, not even close to what America does. China too, I guess. Yeah, I think in South Africa specifically, China has a bigger influence. So, Grok, you might be correct on that. But even then, I would say most of the moves China makes will be completely irrelevant to the rest of the world, except if China decides to invade Taiwan. That will be mega impactful, right? Obviously to the rest of the world. But outside of that, most of their moves would be mostly just, who gives a crap? To show off my white privilege, started referring to my Hispanic girlfriend as my DEI girlfriend and really pisses her off. Look at Anna Kasparian. She left the left because she got cannibalized too, because she spoke out about being essayed by a homeless person and was called horrific things when she was a victim herself. Jim Jones, the funniest thing about her being called like a bigot and a racist for that story is she never gave the race of the men that essayed her. Never. I watched the show where she said it. She never gave the race. All the comments were like, "Oh, you're so racist. This is so racist. You're just pushing agendas that make people hate, homeless people and black people even more." Turns out the homeless men that almost essayed her were white. Now, if you want evidence of racism, that is it. That is the bog standard definition of racism. You hear homeless people, what do you think about first? Who are the people that you imagine first? That's 100% racism, right? But of course, the left won't see it that way. You want an easy way to get rid of leftists on Twitter? Acceptance. How so, Steve Vengeance? Yeah, I'm not suggesting, look, you're always, as a country, going to be much more influenced by what adjacent countries are doing, or at least countries that are near enough to you, than the countries that are further away. But for the most part, the things that China does isn't going to have as big of an impact on us, at least here in South Africa, as the things that, say, for example, America do. If America makes too many changes too quickly or screws up too quickly, it has profound impacts on people in South Africa, for example. Absolutely profound. It influences our economy. So I'll give you guys a great example. Do you know what happens to the South African economy every single time the American inflation data comes out? The South African rand either goes up or goes down depending on your inflation results. If your inflation results are good, the rand shits the bed. If your inflation results are slightly bad, the rand does better. We don't do shit. Like, my country can literally, my government can go on holiday and not do anything. If the American government does something good, my currency does poorly because everyone invests in America. If the American government does something bad, my country does better because the American government, does badly. We have no control over this. It's literally all America. Somebody else needs to step up then. America's a zombie. It's bad here, and not electing Trump isn't going to fix it. Tiny Dragon, I don't know if... I do think there's something to be said for the American spirit. I won't say America is a zombie, at least looking from the outside in, because obviously I'm not from America. But I do have a number of people that I'm friends with that just recently came back from America that still believe that America is the land of opportunity. They literally told me America truly is the greatest country on earth. They lived there for 8 years, in Kentucky of all places, and according to them, America is the greatest country on earth, right? The only reason this guy specifically came back is because of the church. He felt in his heart that he had to come back and join my church. But if it wasn't for that, he would have stayed in America. And he actually said, if he ever needs to go back, he'll happily go back to America. They were actually, him and his wife and his kids, they were actually happy to be American. What's funny is they have 4 children, and it's the funniest fucking thing in the world. You hear him and his wife speak English, and they have South African English. Then you hear his children speak English, and they sound like little Americans. Like, their English is 100% American English. And you're just like, bruh. No, super snoot. Normal Baptist church. I also want to live in the US. Starting to believe that corps have transcended all world governments. Part of me thinks it's for the best. Like, maybe we need the smartest, most resourceful people to lead the human race into deep space. You see, CK, I don't agree with that. Because if we were to say that we're going to entrust the leadership of the world to the richest people, you made one error there. You said the smartest and richest people. There's no evidence, as far as I can tell, that the smartest people among us are also the richest people among us. And by that, I don't mean that the rich people aren't smart. But to say that the smart people, I don't think you need to be that smart in order to be rich. You just need to know how to make friends. If you know how to make friends and you know how to make friends with the right people, you can become super rich. Dude, can I just show you guys what I'm looking at currently? This thing has been playing over and over and over again, and it is arguably the most beautiful thing I've ever seen in my life. Look at what happens when he picks it up. Oh, look at that. That's fucking juicy, bro. Sorry, I needed to show you guys that. Most beautiful thing I've seen in my life? Is he gonna cook it? Dude, it's cooked. You wanna cook it more? What did you have for lunch, Theseus? I like hearing stories like that. As someone that was born here, I feel so jaded by America. Hearing about people who moved here really helps to anchor myself sometimes. So they moved. He's an engineer. He studied mechanical engineering. Worked as a mechanical engineer for about, I think, 4 years. Then he went to the Southern Baptist Seminary School, which is like the largest largest seminary school in the world. As far as you know, there's like 4,000 students that study there. He went there and he studied and served there for 8 years. him and his wife. It's in Kentucky. And his words to me was, America is the greatest country on earth. Like, going there, their minds were blown by the American spirit.
I'm not built to suck your dick.
Oh, shit. Thank you for the $100 bro. That is nuts. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Can we get some hearts in chat? That is absolutely crazy. That's a lot of money. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So they went to America. He said the first thing that stood out to him is the culture. He said South Africans and Americans share so much in terms of culture. I saw that it's Arasaka Corp. I mean, I like the fact that they're giving me money. I don't know if I suddenly became a puppet for Arasaka, or am I still free to do whatever I want, or does that money now mean I'm indebted to them? Because Arasaka can be pretty evil if they want to be. So he said that's, like, the culture is very cool. It's very cool. You're in America, you hear people speak American English, but they feel like South Africans. You guys apparently feel very South African. And then he said the one thing that just struck him was America truly is the land of opportunity in a way that almost no other country could ever be. He said, no matter what you want to do, if you decide to do it, there'll be someone willing to give you money for it. No matter what business you want to start, no matter what you want to sell, if you want to start selling it, there'll be someone willing to buy it. And that is something that, again, in South Africa, there are just things that if you try to sell that shit here, no one will buy it, right? There's just not that much. There's just not that many people. It's just not that easy to start businesses here. It's not that easy to get those opportunities here. And yeah, he did talk about the American spirit. It's sort of just this never say die mentality that you guys have that they miss. I asked him straight up. I said, do you miss America? And he was like, yeah. Him and his wife constantly miss America. They miss the friends they had there. They miss the life they have there. I think Americans need to understand you guys have a pretty good country. At least if I take into account all the people I know that live there. And even some of the people I know personally. This might piss some of you off, since I realize a lot of you are voting for Trump. This might actually piss you off. I have 3 friends. 3 that went to America illegally. They didn't mean to stay. They literally went on a tour group just to go tour America. All 3 of them decided to stay in America illegally and marry American women. Well, they're all still married, so they didn't just marry the American woman to get visas, but they married American women. Once they got into America, all 3 of them say the same thing. They couldn't imagine ever leaving. They were just like, dude, this is fucking insane. This country is nuts. They didn't want to come home. So yeah, they just decided to stay. So yeah, you guys, you know, you need to be proud of what you have. I felt the same way every time I visited. Rurikon, how you doing, sir? Clearly, they've never been to Eastern Europe. People that argue about structural racism exists, say that prosecuting people for smoking weed put black people down because they are already marginalized, etc., which is one of the things that Kamala was famous for. She was famous for putting people behind bars because of smoking weed, and now progressive people support her. Well, yeah, of course, because progressives only think in the here and the now. They forget anything that isn't right now. Personally, I would never want to live there. Also, the American passport is the only passport in the world where you get taxed globally no matter where you live. I mean, what do you mean you get taxed globally? dude, I love South Africa. I like Cape Town. I like living here. But I'll be lying if I said I wouldn't move to America if I had the opportunity. Like, if I had the opportunity, I would probably move to America. It's a fucking wonderful country. I like the people. I have so many American friends that I like, you know. So I would be happy to live in America. If you're an American citizen and live in some other country, you still have to pay taxes to the IRS. Oh, but Obi-Wan, we have to do that in South Africa as well. In fact, I think most countries do that. So the way it works is, and I think it might be the same as it is in South Africa, because the way it works is, if you want to leave, so let's say, for example, I want to immigrate to another country in the world, I have to go through a massive process of, because they call it immigrating, and then it's something tax immigration. You have to also go through tax immigration in order to stop paying taxes elsewhere in the world. If I, for example, got on a plane now, flew to America and started living there, my government would still demand that I pay them taxes. Because the idea is, if you're just going to another country for 2 years to go stay there, obviously you're not going to pay taxes in that country until you're a citizen in that country, right? So you could literally do this thing where you go to Germany, live there for a year, then you fuck off and you go to Japan, live there for a year, go to China, live there for a year, go to Finland, live there for a year, go to Norway, live there for a year, and you never pay taxes anywhere because you keep shifting before you have to pay your taxes to another country. So the way this works is you pay taxes in South Africa, and then the country that I live in, so Germany, for example, they will demand a portion of those taxes from the South African government for them because I lived in Germany for X amount of years, right? Or for a year. So Germany will be like, okay, but you taxed him $10,000. We demand $8,000 of that $10,000 because he's living here now. He's not living there. So it's sort of like, if you know, like, let's say, for example, I met an American woman and we fell in love and I decided to move to America and get married and stay there. If I know that I'm going to stay in America, I must go through tax immigration here. Otherwise, that is how it's going to work. Because I'm a citizen of South Africa, I'm going to have to pay taxes in South Africa. And then America is also going to be like, bro, you're living here now, so you have to pay taxes here as well. And then there is also this double tax system, which I had to go through because I'm a YouTuber. YouTube is registered in America. I literally just had to go through it because I was paying taxes in South Africa and I was paying taxes in America. So the way it worked is I had to let America know that I'm paying taxes in South Africa. Otherwise, America would tax me. And then what I would have to do is I would tell South Africa, listen here, America is also already taxing me. You have to get your money from the American government. Right? So it's a massive process that you have to do. Charge people who have left the state. If one day I have to move in USA, I want to go to Texas, but the sun on my skin told me it will be North Dakota. We will marry you in the US, Akko. Oh shit, Fallon. Thanks. So how much do you need to be to get to come to the USA? Cedric, I don't know. I have no idea. I mean, I have a pretty good life here in South Africa, you know? I have a pretty good life. But I would move to America if the door's open for it, you know? That would basically be the thing. If the doors open themselves and there's an opportunity and I feel like I'm being called to go to America, then I'd go. I don't mind where I live. I'll go wherever. Jules, I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm in Texas and it's very sweaty here. I want to leave, but I can't imagine leaving my parents behind. See, I want to go to Texas. I feel like Texas is a good place to be. Yeah, but New England is fucking... It's home of the Patriots. And I used to be a Patriot, but I'm not a Patriot anymore. So I would technically, if I'm going to allow my NFL teams to influence where I move, then I either have to move to Dallas or I have to move to Tampa Bay. One of the two. I need to make a decision between those two. Alaska is Republican. As far as I know, Alaska is like deep red. I'm not sure. I don't think there's ever been a Democratic government in Alaska, or if there has been, it's been long ago. They are red. Alaska is beautiful. Very beautiful. It's like fucking insane. But I also think the internet in Alaska isn't that great. At least last time I heard, the internet in Alaska isn't that great. I want to go where there are a lot of forests, maybe North Carolina or Colorado. Which is it North Carolina? Wilmington. Is Wilmington North Carolina? Yeah, I would move to Wilmington as well. Because I've seen pictures of Wilmington, and that place is fucking gorgeous. Like, the surrounding areas of Wilmington is insane. Someone said something. Who's DM? Z Vengeance. I've lived in Nebraska, North Carolina, South Carolina, and Maine. All have their good qualities. Isn't that Delaware, where Biden is from? What? Oh, Darth Micro. Wait, he was from Alaska? I never want to my home country. Love it. What's your home country, Mackenzie? No. I'm pretty sure it's Wilmington, North Carolina. Hold up. Let me just make sure for you. Yeah, Wilmington. And it is North Carolina. That place is beautiful. Scotland. Scotland is good. Fox Crusader, how you doing, bro? I live in West Virginia, if you love the woods and mountains. I do. I think I would definitely, if I were to move to America, it would definitely be sort of Middle America or the South. I don't think I'd live in the North. Like, I wouldn't live in Chicago or Illinois or Massachusetts or any bullshit like that. Definitely not New York. I would be like, fuck that, bro. I would love to go to New York City. I think that could be quite the experience, but I wouldn't want to live in New York City. I feel like New York City would just be fucked. No, it's not about the too cold, Othra. It's not the too cold. I don't think... So everyone I've spoken to have said to me, if you want people that are basically like South Africans, you go to Middle America and the north of America. Not the north, the south, right? So the south, the deep south, very similar cultures to South Africans. Middle America, very similar culture. If you want to go to the people that I would genuinely dislike en masse, not individuals, but en masse, you go to the north. It's the Hoi Polloi people. I can't fucking stand Hoi Polloi people, man. I want down to earth. Let's grab some barbecue and let's just have fun, you know? Let's just chill, family barbecues, outside, massive family gatherings. That's the kind of shit I like. I don't like, people that go to paint house parties and... fuck that. No, thank you. Hoi Polloi. So hoi polloi is an Afrikaans thing. It's the people who go on yachts. That's hoi polloi. It's like pretentious. It's people that live these pretentious lives. We call them hoi polloi. Or fancy schmancy, yeah. Kimmy, as I said, there are people in the north that's obviously awesome, right? And I think if you don't go to the major cities in the north, you probably have the same people everywhere, right? The issue, of course, is the main cities is where you kind of want to be if you're a streamer. And I would not fucking want, like, I wouldn't want to live in Chicago. I wouldn't want to live in Seattle or in New York City or any of that. Like, yeah, you guys probably call them hoity-toity people. It's like overly pretentious morons kind of thing. Z-Vengeance, if you're a streamer, it kind of helps being around. So ask yourself, for example, why do a lot of streamers in America, why did they, for example, all go to LA? And why are most of them now moving out to, what's it in Texas? What's that town? Austin. Why are so many of them going there? Inspiration. It helps being near other people that understand the kind of stuff that you do. It's one of the reasons working in an office, and we have the evidence for that now. People who work in an office are more creative, are more productive, get more done, because you're surrounded by other people that are doing the same stuff you're doing. So you have the ability to sort of riff off of them. And I hate using this word because it's technically completely wrong, but you have the ability to share energy, right? There's an energy transfer almost that happens. Whereas if you go to small towns, and I know this because I live currently in a small town, you're the only person that does what you do. No one understands what you do. So I can't speak to people about my job because they don't know what it is. Like, even now, when I tell people I'm a YouTuber, most people just look at me and go, but what do you do for a living? Like, how do you make money? Right? Because most people think of being a YouTuber as just, you make a couple of videos, but you have a job, right? So it makes it very difficult in that way. I would never fucking ever, however, live in LA. Lodge from Oz, how you doing? Is it no state income tax? Or the cost of living? I'm pretty sure it's taxes. Grok, it's not just taxes. Because if it was just taxes, they could go to anywhere in Texas, right? They could go to Dallas or to Houston or to literally anywhere in Texas. Texas isn't the only state that doesn't have state taxes, right? You can go anywhere, or at least not anywhere, but there's a bunch of states that don't have it. The reason you go to Austin, say, is you have the ability to rub shoulders with other streamers. You have the ability to do things with other streamers, to see what other streamers are doing, to be inspired by the same things. Because a lot of streaming is inspiration. You know, you need inspiration, not streaming so much, but in order to be a content creator, you need inspiration. In order to get inspiration, you need to be out in the real world, doing real world things. Because oftentimes I'll be on the beach and suddenly I get this idea for a video, right? I wasn't even thinking about WoW, but just walking along the beach, I was like, fuck, wait, this is insane. This is like a cool idea. That you won't get if you're just sitting in your room all day doing nothing, right? I'm lucky in that I have a group of friends that I hang out with. So last night, one of my friends, you guys know her, Lady Survival, sent me a voice note on Instagram and she's talking about Gallywix and something that she just read in one of the WoW books, and that sparked my my creative juices, and suddenly I'm spending an hour thinking about a new WoW theory. So I'm lucky in that regard, but imagine if I could live in a place where there was like a bunch of other WoW content creators around me. So you can just sort of riff off of people and discuss things with people. We're going to keep this guy in check. Streamers are becoming very weird lately with a few people. Yeah, I would definitely never fucking like become that. Like, look, I'm not looking to move to Austin, just to be clear. I think there's some things that's really cool about living in the US. For one, I'd be able to actually do IRL streams, which you can't do in South Africa. It's illegal. But no, I would also probably not be anywhere near streamer circles. I find... Oh, this is going to sound terrible. I dislike most streamers. You see, the thing for me is, I don't think that you are a celebrity when you're a streamer. I just don't. When it comes to actors, I can kind of see it, because it is a talent to act in a way that convinces people that you're actually the character that you're portraying. When it comes to streaming, you have streamers becoming major streamers with almost no personality whatsoever. They just know how to play the game. You know, they know how to grease the palms of the right people in order to get traction. So I hate streamers that walk around with a giant chip on their shoulder thinking that they're amazing, when in reality they're just lucky. Albiwar, I don't think Blizzard is in Texas, though. They're in California. Now, I would never go to California. Oh yeah, Dan Clancy is looking mega sus. Pros who try to become streamers after retiring. Yeah. Z Vengeance, that is true. Very few actually make it. Wait, who is... Oh, here we go. Okay, so... Did you guys hear of the Mass Effect board game creator? How he attacked gamers for... for basically being porn-brained. Did you guys hear about that? Z Vengeance, okay, so you did ask me about this. Okay, so basically, for those of you that don't know, there's a guy called Eric Lang. And Eric Lang made a series of tweets where he called gamers porn-brained for wanting hot female characters. And then he went on to say that all of the female characters in Dragon Age Veilguard, right? So Dragon Age the Veilguard, all of those female characters are absolute babes. Like absolute babes. The hottest female characters you've ever seen in a video game is the females in Dragon Age, the Veilguard. Now, I'm looking for a picture of the female characters in Dragon Age Veilguard. There you go. So these are the absolute babes. According to him, these are the hottest female characters they've ever made in a Dragon Age game. Never mind the fact that Morrigan literally exists.
I'm not built to suck your dick.
Oh, shit. Wait, another 100? Who the fuck has this much money to just be throwing around? I really appreciate the $100. Really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Pornbrainvictim.org. Well, we are all porn-brained, right? I really appreciate The $100. This is nuts. $200 donation. Really appreciate that. Thank you. But you have Morrigan, you have Isabella, which, did you guys know that gamers hated Isabella in Dragon Age 2? Because apparently that's the new narrative. The new narrative is that gamers absolutely hated Isabella because she wasn't white. Dude, every gamer I know thought that Isabella was fucking hot. Like, every gamer I know thought that Isabella was super hot. So I'm not entirely sure what they're talking about, right? What is this? Z-Vengeance, what am I looking at? Oh, yeah. There you go, boys. Jared, how you doing, bro? Okay, so according to them, this is the hottest females. Are you guys already how many of you are turned on by this? Because this is the hottest females BioWare has ever made. Are you turned on already? Like, are you about to? Not my proudest fap. True, right? But all right. So according to this guy, dude, I think she still looks hot here. Like, even here, she still looks decent. I don't have a problem with her in Inquisition. She's fine. But all right. So according to this guy, you know, gamers are just porn-brained, and we just complain about anyone that isn't white, which of course is absolutely nuts. And the reason I know this is absolutely nuts, when you talk to almost every single gamer, and I know this because I have had these conversations many, many times before. When you ask most gamers, like, what girls are they most attracted to? What girls are they most like? What is the most common answer, do you think? I'm not talking about you individually. Imagine you went around and you asked like 50 gamers what girls they're most attracted to, what do you think the overwhelming majority of people will say? It's Asian. It's always Asian. Doesn't matter what gamer you ask, the overwhelming majority of them are like, oh, I want an Asian girl, because they all play Japanese games. And they watch hentai and they think, you know, Asian girls are just the shit. The second one I've heard, quite frankly, the most is Latina girls. So, you know, but apparently if the girl isn't white, gamers don't want them, which is nuts. But anyways, so he then attacks the gamers, calls the gamers porn-brained, says we're just evil, bigoted racists. Now, you might not know, and I realized that this isn't enough. Like, if I asked you, who do you think Eric Lang votes for? None of you would be able to tell me, right? I mean, there's so little information about a guy attacking gamers and making up a bunch of nonsense about gamers. Like, you couldn't possibly know who this guy would actually vote for, right? He might be a Trump voter. You never know, right? Because he doesn't have a bias when he's making his video games, and also when he's tweeting, his bias is definitely not showing. So this is going to shock some of you. I want you, if you're standing right now or you're operating heavy machinery, turn it off right now and sit down, please. Because I really don't want you to get hurt in any way, shape, or form. I want you to, because it is going to shock you. You're not going to believe this. But, all right. This is Mr. Eric Lang from Mass Effect board game. I agree with 80% of economic left ideas. What? I could not have guessed. Even slightly left of Bernie Sanders. Now, Bernie Sanders is a socialist. Slightly left of Bernie Sanders is communist. Just FYI. And I hate that somehow we think propaganda is beneath us. Our slogans are effective. Being righteous over being effective. It's not. So what he's saying here is he has no principles. He has no principles. And, oh, surprise, surprise. See, I have no principles. Being righteous will always be better than being effective. Always. Be righteous first. Propaganda should be beneath every decent human being. Always. Always. The fact that this guy's tweeting it is disgusting. Now, he goes on to say, I won't even go into the online left, which I agree is largely a dysfunctional clown car full of trauma. I agree with the ideas, hate the tactics. Let's start hot. Make America great again is the most effective slogan in our lifetimes, I'll argue possibly of all time. Yes, it's 100% a fascist slogan, checks all boxes, nostalgic, mythic, lyrical, vague. How is Make America Great Again, and I'm asking this sincerely, how is it a fascist slogan? Because I don't know. I mean, doesn't every country want to be great? Isn't it a good idea to get America back to a place where everyone can profit and benefit and share in the riches of America? Because he goes on to say, unless you're a radical accelerationist who wants to burn it all down, I'm not. You're stuck operating in today's world. Don't compromise on values, but absolutely, he doesn't have values. He just said it. A says you have no values, Eric. Propaganda is beneath us. If you had values, you would never say this. Being righteous isn't more important than being effective. You literally say it's not more important. So you have no values. What are you talking about? Don't compromise on values. What values? You have none. But absolutely compromise on tactics. Use propaganda. It's effective. And people still want to tell me that the games they're making isn't propaganda. You're telling me the dude behind the Mass Effect board games isn't using Mass Effect as propaganda? When he says propaganda is effective, use it. Of course, it's not effective because their games keep not selling, but he believes that it is. Do you really think he's not going to use his video games to also push his propaganda? So anyone that's telling me that we're just sounding the alarm, we're just overreacting. Oh, shut the fuck up, you right-wing asshole. You're just overreacting. No, I'm not. Your side continuously admits that they're assholes that is using our video games as propaganda. Stop gaslighting me, you stupid imbecile. Stop gaslighting. We know what you're doing. We know what you're playing at. The one thing that everyone needs to realize watching the stream right now is there is no debating with these people. There is no debating. They're not interested in your debate. They're not interested in your reason or your logic. I'll refer you back to number C. What does it say there? Being righteous over being effective, it's not. You cannot argue with someone that believes it is more important to be effective than what it is to be righteous. Because this person will not, under any circumstances, play by the rules because they don't have to. Whereas you will, because you are righteous, you are at least trying to be righteous. Stop trying. There is only one way for us to deal with these people, and that is to stop supporting them. That is to get rid of them and to get them out of our gaming industry. That is the only way we save our gaming industry. It's as simple as that. Yeah, number C or letter C. I refer you to C. I have seen this arc 1,000 times before. Game comes out, gamers complain, devs say, don't like it, don't buy it. Gamers don't buy it. Devs call gamers entitled and racist. Game dies, repeat. How is this surprising to anyone at this point? It's surprising that they still do it. Why are we still doing this? You know, that's the surprising part. That's the thing that is mind-blowing about all of this, is they still do it. And I don't know if it's stopping, slowing down, if it will ever stop. Because it feels like these guys are just continuously gaining fucking speed. But in the 90s, we saw this with music too. It never worked in the end. So, you see, the problem is I think there's a lot more money in the game now. I think there's a lot more money than there's ever been in the music industry. And I think a lot of these companies have a lot more money behind them than ever before. But I think that's the big problem. With your frames, OBS doing that? Yes, it's OBS. CCS. So what happens is the chat bot that I'm using to put the chat on the screen refreshes every single time I change screens, and then it throws out like a splash screen thingy before it goes normal. I mean, gaming is massive now, right? Gaming is huge, and it just keeps growing. It just keeps growing. All we can hope for is that the indie games will save us. What's up? Only with some of the game devs going out on a spree of going against the gaming community? Are they really bored? Nothing else to do? No, it's not about that. So the reason the whole of the gaming industry or the game devs are rising up against the gamers is because all of them have drank the Kool-Aid. Every single one of them believes that we, the gamers, is the enemy. They believe that 100%. We are their enemies because we are not voting for Kamala Harris. We are not progressive. We don't want to buy their bullshit. So you are their enemy. By design, they have a, if you are not with us, you are against us mentality. And this means that they cannot allow you to just live and let live. They cannot abide you just making your own decisions, because your decisions literally threaten their lives. Obi-Wan, when I say the gaming industry, I think everyone immediately understands we are only talking about the Western industry. I think everyone automatically understands it. But the reason I won't just... Morning, how you doing, bro? The reason I won't say Western is because there are quite a few Eastern gaming studios that are also going woke. Square Enix being one of them. Also signing up with SBI and all the rest of them. So it really isn't just, the Western studios. Yes, the Western studios are far worse, but it's not just the Western studios that's doing this shit. It will stop eventually if people stop buying games in significant numbers. When push comes to shove, these companies want money above all and will cut these ideologues eventually. We're seeing it somewhat now with companies removing Sweet Baby Inc.'s involvement in their games. Reconcile, but luckily we do have a couple of YouTubers that is adamant. Rave says Desu, for example. I have to give a massive shout out to Rave, who showed Because what game was it? Oh, it was that Unknown 9 Awakening. Unknown 9 Awakening. Sif, take care of yourself. Thank you so much for hanging out. Really appreciate you. Unknown 9 Awakening removed Sweet Baby Inc. from their credits. So they never said that they worked with Sweet Baby Inc. But then people actually looked through their credits. Looked at every single name in the credits. And then they spotted a couple of names. One was the current CEO of Sweet Baby Inc. and the founder of Sweet Baby Inc. Both of their names were in the credits. And that's how we now know that Awakening, or Unknown 9 Awakening, was also a Sweet Baby Inc. Production. By God, Waste, the reason I'm not going to play the both sides are equally bad game with you today is I'm not talking about politics in general. If we were talking about the election of the American government, or if we were talking about generalities here, yes, both sides are equally wrong. Both extremes are equally bad. But we're talking about the video game industry. Show me the last time the far right has made a video game and had power within the video game industry. If you can show me some of the bullshit the far right has pulled in the video game industry that's killing video games, then I'd be right there with you to blame both sides. But I'm not blaming the far right. The far right is too busy, I don't know, fucking mudding or some shit to make video games. So they're not my problem here. My problem is the far left, because they're the ones destroying video games at the moment. I'm getting coffee, and I just came back to the other last part about the gaming industry. Oh, but no, it's fine. I mean, it's perfectly fine. I am always going to be anti any extreme views. I don't think you should be an extremist. I think it makes you stupid. But in this instance, it's just the extreme left that's causing problems, at least in the gaming industry. Madame Savvy and Kirsch talking about how DI is rebranding to Bridge, or they're getting their own DI division in their companies and not hiring from outside. Oh, Jared, yeah. I covered that as well. What's my stance on magic and wizardry? I think it's bullshit. But I saw the tweet that you sent me. So, ladies and gentlemen, I hate to inform all of you that there is election interference happening at the moment. Like, I don't know how to break this to you guys. This might anger a lot of you because, you know, elections are supposed to be between people and should be fair, you know? This is another one of those moments where you guys have to actually sit down for this, because some of you might get very angry here. This is worse than date people voting. This is far worse than that. So you're not, the election isn't fair. It's also not free, because the witches are involved now. I know, it's terrible, but they're employing magic, ladies and gentlemen. You will not believe how low these people are willing to stoop. Like, let me read to you what the witches are doing. So this is in Witches versus the Patriarchy. It's good to know that the witches are involved in that too. And they're saying, would today be a good day for a freezer spell? Now, some other witches have mentioned that doing spells directly against T-Rump are not as effective as we might hope, as he seems to have some kind of protection around him. Damn it. A freezer spell against Project 2025 would likely be useful, but I wouldn't give the Cheeto any more attention right now. He hates to be ignored, right? Lol. Okay, so somehow, I don't know who is protecting Trump, but someone is casting counter spells. on Trump. So a lot of people are taking the opportunity to do protection and uplifting kinds of spells to help Kamala and the Democrats, rather than attacking the other side. An awesome spell that can be repeated many times is the Blue Wave spell by Michael M. Hughes. And of course, Michael M. Hughes shared this on Medium. It's called the Blue Wave 2.0, a magical spell to save America. It is powerful. Good luck and Godspeed. Edit. Please feel free to share and spread this spell far and wide, but please do not include my username, everyone. We can win this. Her username, by the way, is Feel My Cocoa Beats. I know I'm not allowed to share this, but she is a witch. So, you know, we have to keep that in mind. It's me. I'm the wizard protecting Trump. String Bean, how you doing? Thanks for the $2. Really appreciate you. So, guys, it's Jover. How can we win against this? Like, you guys thought that you were going to go into the election booth and make a little X. The Democrats are using magic. They have witches and shit casting free spells and trying to attack T-Rump, right? Like, you can't win against this. On working down, there must be counters. I think someone's countering it. But Project 2025 is they're gonna freeze spell Project 2025. So rip. This is terrible. This is really bad news. I'm actually shivering. Like, literally, after the stream, I'm gonna go shake somewhere for a bit, because this is outrageous that they're employing magic. Like, I don't think that's allowed. What is the U.S. Constitution's stance on magic usage during election season? Is this even legal? We need to get some lawyer on this shit so we can find out if they're even allowed to do this. To cast spells, then I'm a paladin. I cast protection aura on Trump. What do you say to that, Akko? Dude, I just think these are your enemies, ladies and gentlemen. These are the people we fight against. I'm not worried. I am not worried. This is the kind of people that you have. It's the kind of people that think standing on the street corner and screaming at the top of their lungs has a, you know, doesn't. I saw another video of it's a female struggle session where the women go into the forest and scream at the top of their lungs, and I just thought, man, you guys are absolutely ridiculous. We don't have to worry, boys. We do not have to worry. My personal opinion is a second term of Trump will absolutely devastate shit. I don't think it's going to make America better. I think it's going to make America worse, but maybe that's exactly what needs to happen. I think the left has to finally go full mask off, because I think there's far too many people who still don't take them seriously. And I think it's fundamental. Like, it's fundamental that the left become exposed for just how bad they currently are. And by that, I don't mean liberals. I always have to say this because some people think liberal and left is the same. I don't mean liberals. I think most liberals are sick and tired of this bullshit as well. So if you are liberal, I would argue voting for Trump really is the only option. You guys know me. I've never been much of a political guy. I've never been someone that really... I don't vote because I don't trust anyone running for office. But I think in this election, you have two options. You have Kamala Harris. Now, let's get all our cards on the table. Kamala Harris has been endorsed by George W. Bush and by Cheney and by 80% of the Republican establishment. When is the last time the Republican government has done anything good for ordinary American citizens? Think about this. What happened to Trump when Trump gave the Republicans the Senate and Congress? So the Republicans had the Senate, they had Congress, and they had the executive. What did the Republican House and Senate do? Nothing. Nothing. When you have 80% of the bog standard Republicans endorsing Kamala, you have all of the worst people in America endorsing Kamala, Cheney, Bush. I think it's time to start worrying. Kamala Harris will not be a good president. In fact, I would go so far as to say Kamala Harris might be the end of America. And I know people use that word way too often, that phrase way too often. My problem with Kamala Harris is I think she's a warmonger. I don't think Kamala Harris actually wants to stay out of the wars of the world. I don't think she wants peace. And the reason I don't believe so is the two biggest warmongering fucks, Bush and Cheney, endorsed her. Why do you think they endorsed her? They have shares in most of the big gun manufacturers of America. They know that she's going to push for these wars. She's going to keep sending weapons where the fuck they need to send the weapons to, because the wars have to continue. You know, the military-industrial complex doesn't pay for itself. That's why they're endorsing her. If you're a liberal and you weren't entirely sure why Cheney and Bush is endorsing her, that's why. That is why. Because they know that she will keep doing what they want her to do. They're deathly afraid of Trump because they know Trump will end the wars, as he did during his first presidency. I don't think you can afford not to vote for Trump. This is, by the way, the first and perhaps the only time in my entire life that I've endorsed a political candidate. I've never done this before. Ever. I've never told anyone on my stream before who to vote for. Because I basically don't give a shit. It's whatever you want to do. But I do think it's dire now. And I do think if you don't, things might get a lot worse here. Like a lot worse here. I don't know. See, I don't think they want to end the wars. CCS. Bandages, war on an industrial scale is inevitable. Georgie and Cheney boys probably. Sefia and I would not be surprised if that is their genuine thinking. Oh, Barcelona, yeah. I mean, I find it strange that more people can't see the logical truth right in front of them. I find it ridiculous that all it takes is 5 seconds to realize, wait up, something is awkward and weird here. And yet there's people who, they don't see it. BRICS nations will continue to turn their back on the US. Oh yeah, that is true. Mute Paladin and I don't know. The normal people can't see the truth because of the bread and circuses that distract them. Mute Paladin, it wouldn't surprise me. I think a lot of people are mega distracted. And not only do they not see, I think a lot of people don't want to see. Because I think it's uncomfortable. I think I have a friend who's like this. The second you even broach the topic that you cannot trust the media, he shuts down, completely shuts down. He will not hear it. He refuses to listen to it. And I get it to some extent. It's scary when you tell someone that you cannot trust the news sources that you've listened to your whole life. The immediate question then is, well, who do I trust? Who do I trust to tell me the truth if I can't trust them? And then sometimes it is just easier to go, nah, it's bullshit. It's fine, right? Because it's easier. Sometimes you can't do what's easy. Same in Germany. We urgently need a change in the government. US Germany are like the mirror opposite in the current state, with at least only one difference, that Germany's strings are attached to the US. Everyone's strings are attached to the US. That's the problem. The Cold War has never ended. The Ukraine war is a proxy war to weaken the Soviet bloc and keep it that way. I actually agree with that, Patches. The only thing that really pisses me off about the possibility of that being true is it's coming at the expense of how many thousands of Ukrainian lives. Ukrainians that were sold this idea that they could beat the Russians. How many thousands need to die before this war ends? No matter who wins, we will still be in a shitty state. AJ, I don't disagree. I do not think that anyone can actually save America from a very bad time. I don't think so. America's debt is a problem that will have to be dealt with. The only way to deal with said problem is for recession and very bad times. There's no other way to deal with it. The question, however, is, do you deal with it now? Or do you allow for someone... Because I think your choices are very, very fucking horrible, terrible time under Trump, complete annihilation under Kamala. I think those are your options. I don't think you have an option where life is great. I don't think that happens. CCS, because you have $35 trillion in debt. How do you solve that? Austerity. It's only one way to solve it, and that's austerity. You have to implement massive austerity measures. What happens when governments employ austerity measures? Recessions. It's natural. It's recessions, right? You have to have a recession because the government can't keep spending money the whole time. The only other option... So you can either do austerity measures. This means the government stops spending as much money. Or, it's difficult to understand which one is worse. Inflation. You push inflation up to 20, 25, 30%. This gives the government the ability to pay the debt back because debt gets cheaper as inflation rises. And over the course of 5-6 years, the government pays back its debts, and then inflation rates can come down again. Those are your options. You basically get to make that decision. Either way, inflation at maybe not 30 is nuts. Let's say you get inflation to about 9-10%, maybe even 12% at the upper limits. This causes a recession, right? It literally causes the economy to crash because most people with debt will get wiped out immediately. The government will not. The government will be able to pay their debt back. The US struggles. Inflation goes through the roof, interest rates go through the roof, and most importantly, homelessness will become a big problem. A lot of people will lose their jobs, but it's kind of like this thing of you have to cure the disease, and the disease is the debt. And the only way to cure the disease is to cauterize it. You have to burn it away. Either way, it's not fun. AJ, that is another option. I'm just not sure if any country has ever been able to spend themselves, or if any country has ever been able to use war to get themselves out of $35 trillion in debt. War is a good moneymaker, and it's definitely a good way to sort of fix your economy if the economy is broken. I'm just like, there is a point where you're so deeply in war or so deeply in debt that no war can really get you out of that. Sneaky Six, that does happen as well, I guess. Sefian, you see, but this is the problem. You won't be able to do welfare checks, because if you're doing welfare checks, you're effectively... It would be similar to drinking a bunch of water while taking a piss. Or you're busy getting the antidote and you drink more poison as you get the antidote. If you're gonna lower the debt, you have to have inflation super high, and you will have to limit government spending so that you can pay back the debt without accruing a bunch of new debt. If you crash the economy, allow for millions of people to lose their jobs, but then start handing out millions of dollars in welfare checks, you're just making matters worse, right? Because the debt will just continue to grow. So what you're then doing is you're just prolonging the suffering of the American people. Ordinary Americans will just suffer for longer. It would go if they did raise inflation like that. Everyone wants a solution without any pains, but that's a pipe dream. You're actually, Sefian, you just mentioned your sentence there is perhaps the most important sentence in the history of the world ever. Everyone wants solutions that are completely painless. It doesn't exist. There is no solution that comes with zero pain. There is a third option. No government in the world will ever take it, but there is a third option. You immediately cut government spending on all non-essential areas. So wherever it isn't absolutely essential, you cut all spending. You stop sending money out to other countries immediately. And you basically have to commit to this for 30 plus years. So you're very slowly going to lower the debt of the country. It's going to be super slow. But if you manage it for 30 plus years, you can absolutely pay it all back, right? Jim, it's like chemotherapy. You're using slower poison than the thing that's killing you. Yeah, pretty much that, right? That would be the third option actually here. Is where you're basically cutting back on every non-essential government program. So yes, things are going to be tough, but at least you're not destroying the American economy. Because inflation will destroy the economy. But in this way, the economy will sort of truck along. It won't grow, and life will get harder, but at least it'll be manageable, right? It won't be super bad. It won't be super good either, but it will be. And then in about 30 to 40 years, when you've paid back all of that debt, then you can sort of start over. But then we should also not forget that the American government or the American people are a resourceful people. even in such a state, they might just figure out a way to grow the economy and to start making more money and start, growing even more. That would be my option. And I don't know if this would work, but it would be worth a try. What I would do if I was the president of America, I would cut all government regulation to the absolute bare minimum. Like to only the things that makes the absolute most amount of sense. Departments that would immediately disappear would be the Department of Education, the Department of Agriculture, the Department of, if you guys have something like this in South Africa, we have it, Arts and Culture or whatever. Fuck them, don't need it. Basically, any single department that doesn't... How many government departments does the US have? I'm trying to see. Do they even have this? You guys have such a weird system. Trying to see. Here we go. So here's the cabinet of the United States. So you have the National Security Council. I would severely cut this. You have the Office of Management and Budget. I would fire everyone there and get new people in. Council of Economic Advisors. Cut that. You don't need that. Council of Environmental Quality. Cut that. You don't need that. Office of the U.S. Trade Representatives. Cut that. You don't need that. Office of National Drug Control Policy, cut that, you don't need that. Office of Science and Technology Policy, cut that fucking for certain. Get rid of that. People can, private companies can do this. Then I would establish the groundwork for community watchdog organizations to form in places such as environmental quality, right? You can have community watchdogs that do a much better job than the government of making sure that companies don't destroy the environment. You could have community watchdogs that do a much better job of economic advisory roles than what the government can do. Trade representatives, community watchdogs would be better there as well. National Drug Control Policy, again, community watchdogs, much better than the government. Science and technology, I don't even know why that's a thing. From there, I would instruct everyone to cut all regulation that isn't absolutely required, right? So if you go into, say, for example, the construction industry, cut all regulation within the construction industry, and again, lay the groundwork for community watchdog organizations to step in, and it would be so simple. All you need is a certificate from one or more of the community watchdogs to say that the building you built is actually safe, and people will trust that because it will be made up of a bunch of architects and engineers that make sure that the building is actually safe. You don't need the government. You can have normal organizations doing this shit. By doing this, you would actually spark renewed economic growth, more people doing business, more companies opening up, more businesses opening up, more people getting jobs. So you take the fourth option, which is to grow yourself out of your debt. The issue is, will that work? I don't fucking know. I have no idea if that would work, but it might be worth a try. Ziggy, that was the idea, right? Not all of it is China. A lot of it is ourselves borrowing from Social Security and such. Maged, what do you mean? Like, not all of it is... or the idea was making it as complex and cumbersome as humanly possible would put checks and balances in place and would make sure that the government would basically be very bad at doing anything. But you saw that they found ways around that. So I know most people don't even know this, but did you know that according to the US, it's either according to the Constitution or according to whatever document governs the Congress. So the rules of Congress in the United States says that only single issue bills may actually be discussed in Congress. So according to the founding fathers, Congress isn't allowed to vote on bills that include multiple issues. The only bills that are allowed to be voted upon by Congress are single issue bills. So in other words, if you want to build a bridge, you have to draw and draft the bill to build a bridge, and then you have to pass that bill in order to build a single bridge. If you want to build 50 bridges, you need 50 bills for 50 bridges. The idea behind that complexity was to slow it down to the point where it becomes so cumbersome to pass these how the fuck can I not say this word now? Fuck me, I can't say the word now. But to make legislation so cumbersome that no one even wants to try, right? And they'll just leave it to the free market to do. The solution, of course, as you just said there, by God West, omnibus bills. So when you look at an omnibus bill, it is technically a single issue bill. So, for example, they'll come up with things like the Inflation Reduction Act. And the issue is lowering inflation. Right? That's what it is. It's lowering inflation. And then inside the bill are hundreds of issues that is basically under this one single issue, lowering inflation, which is technically illegal. Technically, the Congress isn't allowed to do this. So no matter how, like, here's the one thing that I know for a fact. No matter how hard you try, the one thing you'll never be able to keep out of the government is corruption. Ever. No matter what system you try to come up with, corruption will always find its way in. This is one of the reasons socialism and communism can never work. It's not that socialism and communism are just complete bad systems. That's not the fact. That's not the case. Because socialism and communism gives more power to the government, it has a far greater success rate for corruption's interference. Right? So because all of the power is condensed at the top, it's easier to corrupt. And so those systems become corrupted far quicker. The free market, on the other hand, takes that power at the top and distributes it amongst everyone. But America is the perfect example that free market capitalism also isn't immune to corruption. Because if you go back just 150 years, America is almost completely laissez-faire capitalism. Very little government oversight. Most people just do whatever the hell they want. And, you know, it's whatever. Slowly but surely, the corruption does creep in. They find ways of gathering and collecting their power. And before you know it, you have a beast of a government that is involved in every element of society. And there's no way of stopping it. There's no way of getting rid of it. It is just what it is. So no system will ever be immune to corruption, no matter what you do. No worries. That government debt is an excuse to increase the cost of living, raise taxes, and basically take more money from people with you raising the question or that Americans are stupid. They are willing to live like animals as long as their party wins the election. That's better. Gotcha. Thank you for clarifying. Okay, are you asking me, or are you telling me America is way too centralized nowadays? We need a massive move towards decentralization? Well, yeah, but now I ask you, which government official will actively vote to limit their own power? See, Vengeance, take care of yourself, sir. Thanks so much for hanging out, man. It's like this. Have any of you ever felt like it's a little weird that the government votes on their own salaries? Have any of you ever felt like there's something inherently wrong with the government determining their own salaries? Oh, and that would be funny as fuck, actually. Jim, yeah, we understand this automatically. Like, here's the question for all of you. Now, I do have to preface this by saying, all of you normal working folk, you know, you guys that have actual real jobs, you obviously don't work as hard as I do, a streamer that sit in my bedroom all day playing video games and stuff. Like, obviously, you don't know my struggles, if Hassan is to be believed. But try to imagine, okay, that you're also doing a very hard job. Now, imagine your boss comes to you doing this really hard job, and your boss tells you, that was sarcasm, by the way, for those of you that didn't fucking know. Imagine your boss came to you and said, hey, you get to decide how much I pay you. What would be that number? Your boss comes to you and says, anything you want. You get to choose how much your salary is. What is that number? Inquisitorium, thank you. Finally, someone fucking realizes that. Man, that makes me happy. Thank you. I appreciate that. I am the hardest working man in history. I feel it, man. I'm so tired all the time. 50K per month? All right. 100 billion trillion million. Holy shit. Just enough to buy Warhammer figurines, so $1 million a month. I'll be war. None of you, or very few of you, in all of the people that I know, in all of the human beings that I know on this planet, the only person I know that will absolutely not charge a cent more than what they believe they are worth is my brother. And I don't mean to, like, I wouldn't even do it. If you told me, bro, you stream every single day of your life and you make videos, how much do you think you should be paid? I'd be $100,000 a month, easy. Give me that, right? I wouldn't even be, like, absolutely fair. Very few human beings would be absolutely fair in determining, right, this is how much I think I'm worth and this is how much I'll take, right? Very few. But somehow politicians are allowed to do that. Like, they get to go into Congress and be like, you know what, I think we're not getting paid enough. Really? Bitch, you're worth millions. You don't think you're getting paid enough? No. I think I should get more money, actually. All right. Who gets to determine this? Well, we do. Do the people get a vote on this? No, we vote. what normal human being is going to vote against a price increase? Right? And that's never going to happen. Ever. Patches, you asked me who should vote for this. Personally, I think there should be a mathematical equation that determines the salary of the average or of an American senator and congressman. That salary should be the average wage of ordinary, the ordinary working class. So you take the working class, in other words, your blue collar and sort of low level white collar jobs, the average wage there, that is the salary that government gets paid. So you do a mathematical equation. You can probably include other elements to that equation as well, just to make sure that it is absolutely fair. But basically, let me rather than getting bogged down by the details, let me rather put it this way. It should be a salary that incentivizes government officials to grow the economy and make the world for their people better. So it should not be that the government can just hand out money. And that should not be the case. So you don't want this to be... Originally, I thought, what if they just made it the minimum wage? But then I realized, wait, but the government could very easily go, well, we're going to give every citizen in the country $20,000 a month. Minimum wage is $20,000, so we should be getting $20,000 a month, right? So you can't really do that. So I'm thinking of a system. So rather than focus on exactly what I say, think of the system that I'm thinking of. It is a system that incentivizes government officials to care about the economic status of the country. Because the better the economy does, the better their salaries are. The worse the economy does, the worse their salaries get. So it's sort of like a direct approach where the government actually gives a shit about the stuff that they do, rather than just, ruin the world and keep getting money for it. Much more open to corruption if they were paid a normal wage. Green, I don't agree with that. The suggestion here being that they're all not already super corrupt. I don't even care about the sponsors. There's a lot of things that I think should not exist within politics. For one, I think if you are an elected official, you're not allowed to invest in the stock market. At all. Not you or any of your family members or any of your friends. No one you fucking know is allowed to invest in the stock market. Alternatively, if you want to be able to do that, you should have a new, you sort of form a new, what are they called? Those single, it's like you buy shares in it, but it's basically like a shit ton of shares inside that share. So like the S&P 500, you can literally just invest in the S&P 500, and then you are investing in like the top 500 companies in the S&P. You know that thing, right? ETF. That's the word. Thank you. Yes. ETF. So you create an ETF. The ETF, you can literally call it the government ETF. It includes every single company that is listed on the stock market. Every single one. Smallest, largest, doesn't matter. They're all in that ETF. And all of the government employees' money instantly goes into that ETF, and they cannot take it out. They cannot put it in. They cannot move that money. It has to stay there for the remainder of their term. As long as they serve in government, their money stays in that thing. That way they have no... It's wild that you have congressmen and women who are the people making the rules that affect the markets being able to buy their own shares. Because, fuck, boys. If I'm a senator and I know that tomorrow morning we're passing a bill that is going to absolutely fuck SpaceX or Tesla, for example, I could literally short Tesla and make bank. Like, of course, that would be very obvious, and you would probably get screwed up for insider trading, although I don't know of a single senator that's ever been caught for insider trading, even though they know, obviously. Or at the very least, they just withdraw their money before they pass this major bill that is about to fuck Tesla. It just seems so deranged. But Green, to your point there, I don't see... You see, the problem is, I feel like the argument we have to pay politicians more so that they're less corrupt assumes that there is a point at which greed no longer exists for human beings. So there is a point at which humans just stop being greedy. And I have seen no evidence that that is the case. DMT? Are you talking about the drugs? Why? What's the drugs gonna do? Use ego death for a short while. It changes you after in some ways. Ears are pricked up. Someone mentioned drugs. McKinsey. Yeah, apparently someone wants the entirety of the US Congress and Senate to be high as fuck. But Green, I would again say, do anyone truly feel like you are currently being represented by the best society has to offer? Like, does anyone look at the US Congress or the US Senate right now and think to themselves, these are the best people life has to offer? Like, these are the best of America. Like, do you actually look at what's Turtle Boy's name again? McConnell. Did anyone look at McConnell and go, man, I cannot imagine a better person for this job? Or does anyone look at Nancy Pelosi and think, it's a good thing she's there? She really knows her shit. I don't think so. I mean, I personally think it's the worst people in society that go into government. It's a different high, though. Not an enjoyable one. More of a life-changing one. Dark Tunnel, I genuinely don't know, right? I don't do drugs. As a general rule, I hate drugs. So I can't speak on that. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I think let's put them on heroin. They can't be much worse. They give them heroin and give each one a weapon before they enter Congress and just watch the show. I think that there should definitely be an age cap, since there is indeed an age requirement. I don't think an age cap changes anything. The problem is you have a system that is so corrupt all the way through, like right to the bottom. The entire beast is corrupt. I don't like. I don't want to make people depressed, because I realize that this could be quite depressing. I don't want to make you guys depressed, but I don't think that even if you had a complete new group of senators and congressmen, anything would change. I think it would remain exactly the same. Apparently, some very old and wise civilizations use DMT. Gotta be worth a try, even if it's just for laughs. I'd be okay with that. I mean, we've tried everything else. May as well go the drug route and see how that fucking goes. I can't be depressed. I am depression. Shit, that's dark. Maybe not an age cap, but an annual mental acuity would be good. I do think at the very least, term limits has to be established. I can't see how people can just be in that position forever and ever. So I do think you need term limits. You need some kind of rating system where the promises they make before they get into office should be trackable. So you should be able to go, right, you made 14 promises before getting into office. At the end of 4 years, you've committed to none of those promises. Clearly, your bullshit, get out. Right? Like some kind of that, something like that. Just a way to track their performance. Because I'm reminded of the fact that most senators and congressmen run on major promises, but they never deliver a single one of those promises. Quickly gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
It's not always about the ooh. Sometimes it's about the ara.
I have arrived.
China.
Gentlemen, we are dealing with someone here who has absolutely no life.
Oh, sorry, boys, I'm back. I got my wallet so we can finally buy that game on Steam. Oh yes, a replay. Wait, a replay system like how they do in sports. It shows the congressman promising shit in slow motion so everyone can see it. Dude, I would pay for that. What game are you buying? Dustborn? Yeah, let's go for it. Let's buy Dustborn, shall we? Dude, I'd rather quit playing video games forever than play fucking Dustborn. No. There's a new Cthulhu game. That I want to buy. It's an RTS based on Cthulhu. Or at least Cthulhu elements. The guy that made Dustborn is the same guy that was the story lead on The Secret World. And that game's lore and setting was amazing. Jim Jones, it's the shit that happens, you know? It's just... It is sad. I don't disagree with you. Okay, let's hope this works. There we go. Now charge this. I wanted to buy Final Fantasy 16, but some people said no, that's not going to be good. I don't know. What's the... Has any of you played Final Fantasy 16? Lupo, did I say hello to you? How are you doing, sir? By the way, Akko, do you know any games that kind of mixes RPG and RTS elements together? I kind of would like to play something like that. I mean, like a Baldur's game. I know Pathfinder Kingmaker had some kind of like the RPG, but it also had a city builder element to it. But I can't really say. I didn't like it. I don't know. That's not actually a genre that I've really paid much attention to. Part of me really wants to try Final Fantasy 16. How many people have played Final Fantasy 16 here? But it got a lukewarm reception. Titanborn, how are you doing, sir? Something like Spellforce 2, for example, you had your heroes to level up and all, but at the same time, on some areas, you could build units and buildings and fight bigger battles. Played the mobile version of Final Fantasy 16. Yeah, I feel like if you want almost every game that you buy that would have a mixture of RPG RTS elements is going to be either light on one, heavy on the other, or light on both. Because both of those game modes require, or both of those genres require a lot of effort to get right. And progressed past maybe chapter 5 since last year. Cedric, why? Is it just not your type of game? Dragon Age debacle. I think Dragon Age is going to do really well, and then it's going to get massive mixed reviews. Want to try to get back into it? That's something I kind of want to do for myself in the future if I have the time, energy, and money. Create such an RTS RPG game mix. You could do some pretty cool stuff with that, I think. Wait, what? Dude, are they actually still claiming that Kamala Harris isn't in front of big crowds?
Remember what that was? Breast cancer survivors, children.
So he's taking a selfie of himself. You can see him there. And the stage here is empty.
With with diabetes, grandparents who need help and support, being denied.
The fifth.
We're not going
The
back.
fifth.
I don't know. I feel like people would have spoken out already, no? I feel like if that was true, people would have already spoken out. People would have been like, wait, that's me in that fucking... I was never at her rally. RPGs are turn-based, like Final Fantasy Tactics. I really would like to see an RTS version. Blurry, low-quality video is my favorite. Then it is 720, so technically it should not be bad quality.
What that was? Breast cancer survivors, children with diabetes, grandparents who need help and support.
Yeah, I don't know. It looks right at her. Yeah, I don't know. I think those conspiracy theories are just conspiracy theories. I think it's people desperately trying to find stories that doesn't even necessarily exist. And you don't even need to do that. Show the real stuff that's happening. But anyways. Gee, I'm conflicted. I'd more believe he has a filter on his phone. Yeah. A filter that doesn't show Kamala Harris. Based. I mean, why not? Man, Rurikon really wants me to do Monster Hunter Wilds.
Oh,
Oh, shit, Sophia.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
74 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're far too kind. Rurikon really wants me to get into Monster Hunter. Coming up, it's a good game. How do you know it's not even released yet? You lying sack of shit. You're just trying to force me into the Monster Hunter universe. I don't want to go. Stop doing things against my will, bro. I mean, it looks gorgeous. What about the other Monster Hunter games? Real series without horrific monetization. So which Monster Hunter would you guys say is the best Monster Hunter? When I played a little bit of Mountain Blade, I didn't like it. Be closer to the new one, I think. Akalon is the best Monster Hunter. I am indeed. I told Rurikon I would very easily beat Fatal something or whatever the fuck he's called. Some boss that's apparently super easy to beat, but all the gamers are struggling with that. Fatalis, yeah. I'm convinced. The Marian Queen, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate you. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. I didn't know royalty was following today, but I appreciate that. I'm pretty sure I could do it without a weapon and armor. A piss easy. Absolute piss easy. I think most gamers are just shit. That's really just all it is. Of course, I won't be playing to prove that, because I don't play Monster Hunter, but just so you guys know, I think I would be able to do it. No, I promise Rurikon I will play Monster Hunter, but at the same time, I don't know if this is my type of game. I could definitely do it blindfolded. Easiest thing in the world, actually. The boss fight simulator, no ads allowed? Is it? Is there even a story to Monster Hunter? There is a story. How good is the story? hardcore nature conservationists and manage the ecosystems. Oh shit! So it's a hippie game. I don't know if I like that. So basically, all of you Monster Hunter fans are just a bunch of fucking tree-hugging hippies. What you're telling me? What's the newest one? Rise or World? Rise graphics looks better than the World graphics I just saw. But is it not as good? The story basically starts off as Fatalist, this giant dragon, basically is the apex predator. And there's more than one of them, and they're forcing out all these other monsters into other areas, which provokes the monster hunter to figure out why these monsters are moving into new areas. Oh, okay. Rise is the newest, but World will be closest in style to the new one coming out. World is best option if you want to take a peek. The question is, do we take a peek at Final Fantasy 16 or do we take a peek at Monster Hunter? What will be more my speed? Story or killing a bunch of shit? I'm not a huge fan of killing a bunch of shit. The only game I've enjoyed where killing is the option is Elden Ring. I will see, bro. There's some really good gameplay when it comes to interactions with the monsters themselves and the environments are sick. Okay. Yeah, it's way too much work, Kimmy. I'd rather just pay other people to kill for me. If I'm gonna do that. But now, what's the fucking point? I may as well just wait for the newest Monster Hunter to launch and then just buy that. Because I'm assuming the other monsters are basically dead right now. No one's playing them anymore. So you may as well just go play the newest one. Pay me Echo. I won't kill anything, but can say I did and we both profit. Sure, why not? You might like Monster Hunter if you like Elden Ring because it's similar with like fight big thing, then get the gear to fight bigger thing. The question is, does it have the same feel as Elden Ring? Because the thing that gets me in Elden Ring is the feeling. Did when you kill a big monster, like a big guy in Elden Ring, you've wiped 10 times, 12 times on a boss, and then you finally take it down. Oh man, the feeling that you get when you finally take that down is the craziest feeling ever. Well, we have this game now. Whispers of Cthulhu. I'm assuming we play this now, and then we can try some other games later. What was it called again? Is it Whispers of Cthulhu? Come on, load, you bastard. Come on. Are you for real right now? Is it not gonna... What? Worshippers of Cthulhu. What am I doing? I did the new BRD. It was really fun. Didn't people struggle with that though? Like a lot of people said it's not well tuned. Or was that just people who didn't pay attention to it? I do like me Cthulhu games. I'm not gonna lie. Do 124 million DPS. Well, that sounds normal. It sounds completely normal. Based, actually. Now we can go 60, it's fine. Wait, why is the game not showing up in sound? Oh, you son of a bitch. I'll get the sound up and running for you guys in a second. Ah, come on, you bastard. Alright, can you guys hear it now? So the game wishlisted as well. Hope it's good. Well, we'll try it now. We'll see if it's good. And if it's not good, we'll refund. I'll figure all that shit out later. Oh, that's a lot of stuff. Okay, new game. Here we go, boys. The Dream Shroud. Your long journey towards a prophesied land hosting an opening to the sacred Orlier is at its end. Can you keep your cult alive? Can you peek at the secrets of the Old One? So difficulty introduction. The introduction chapter has established the base difficulty. Okay.
I am not a harbinger of destruction. I am but a herald of cosmic rebirth. Our purpose is not to sow chaos, but to embrace the inevitable evolution that awaits us all. Humanity is insignificant, pitiful in its smallness. Our existence is a fleeting whisper in the cosmic winds. And only by awakening Cthulhu can we transcend our feeble existence. In one profound act, we can shake the foundations of the universe. Let us awaken Cthulhu, for in his awakening lies the catalyst for a cascading effect that will reshape the cosmos, and a new order shall emerge. The path ahead is treacherous, fraught with challenges, yet it is the only path worth treading. Let us forge a destiny that transcends the mundane.
Okay. It sounds as if that's AI. I don't know if you guys caught the lack of pauses for effect. We live on a placid island of ignorance in the midst of the black seas of infinite, and it was not meant that we should. Didn't finish that. Ooh. Well, that's not good, actually. And here we go. Island ahoy.
Never wavering, my venerable high priest. Your guidance has proven prophetic.
Okay.
The structure before us, etched with our Lord's symbols, emerged as if unveiled at our approach. A certain sign of our fated arrival to this prophesied land.
Okay.
We've reached the edge of his holy realm, Ryla.
Ryla. Dude, do you guys know that no one can agree on how you're supposed to say the name of the city? Of the Great Sleeping City? So you have some people that argue it's Riley. You have other people that say, no. The correct translation is actually Orlie. I heard someone say it's actually really. No one knows how to say the city's name. It's actually insane. To deconstruct an object selected and your people will begin to the salvage process. Your people can only salvage one object at a time. Okay.
High Priest, we may scavenge the fundamental provisions required for our settlements from the remnants.
Wait,
of
so
our
no one's
ship-shattered
actually, you don't see anyone scavenging it? Okay. To build a building, select it in the bottom building menu. Picking from a chosen category, building requires materials to be spent and builder's shack in its vicinity to be constructed. To rotate the building, Q and E. To demolish Q and select the demolish tool.
Heed your commands, toiling tirelessly at your behest. Our resources are dwindling, High Priest. Perhaps it's time your followers have proven their worth by constructing a lumberjack and lumber mill to secure our survival.
Okay, I'll do that. Lumberjack. Let's get the lumberjack in here. Not connected to the main storage. Where the fuck's the main storage? Oh, really? It's the language of the old ones. People aren't supposed to be able to pronounce it, so it is lore accurate. Oh, wow. City building Lovecraft. This should be okay unless they blow it. We can't pronounce those names because we lack the body parts to produce the correct sounds. Yeah, but that's the cool thing about it. Okay, so we need a main... Where's the main storage? Do we even have a fucking main storage? What's this? Oh, main storage. Okay. Build a dirt road. Okay, so there's no real building happening. You just do this and then you do your thing. The main storage is right there. Akko, bottom left in the streamer share. Wow. Why am I being attacked? So, dude, I'm playing games for you guys and suddenly I'm being attacked. I don't know what's going on. Okay, I'm just treating you guys with love and respect and all of you guys are just attacking me. The Builder Shack provides builder teams that will travel via roads and construct your structures. Each builder team is capable of building one building at a time, of course. So now I need a building shack.
The await, High Priest, but it will be a true trial of your followers' capabilities to see if they can deliver on our expectations.
Is it attack Akko time? Seems like. And now building site. Oh, there we go. We finally have some people. Look at this fucker. Just building stuff. Okay. Good job, bitch. I'm sorry, Akko. You are the hardest working man in history, but we don't want that getting to your head, do we? No, but as long as you guys know I am the hardest working man in history, that's alright. The top UI shows the number of homeless who are not able to work. Okay. Bastards. To turn homeless followers into workers, provide them with housing. Okay, so how many homeless people do I have?
Priest, the erection of houses is necessary, for homeless followers will not perform any
Oh, it's over here. 6. Cool. Okay, houses. Rebuild. Wait, I didn't even check. How many people can work inside a house? It's gonna be 2, and the hardest man. Wait, is the hardest man confirmed? That's why his desk grows a little. Wait, did I see a cute goal? Who's the cute girl that got me hard? So Cthulhu, if that didn't make you hard, I don't know what does, sir. I mean, technically speaking, Cthulhu will make me happy, but hard? Wouldn't that be a little weird? Okay, but it seems like someone else wants bulkier. What's the story with this? Alright, let's go. To assign an employee, select the plus icon in the building UI and select an unemployed follower. Each employee can only be assigned to one workplace. Production buildings will either generate items from the environment or turn one material into another. The performance indicates how fast the material is produced. To see what influences production time, see the factors section in the UI.
Now that shelter is secure, your disciples stand prepared for labor, High Priest. Select your devoted followers and initiate the ceaseless work to advance our cause.
workers.
Okay, so let's employ Archibald Starkweather. He can do this. He's a lumberjack. So we'll assign... Dude, it's weird that all of your people have names, actually. Flap, flap, flap. Zen family, how you doing, sir? So let's assign him to this workplace. Okay, and then we do... I wish I could actually Is there a way to move this? Oh. How do you move... Building tools. Sustain, repair, demolish. Okay. Sorry, but this was gonna piss me off. Manabuns, how you doing? Okay, so let's give someone here a job. The family is passionate about working in rope maker. Maybe we have to build more homes, actually. Yeah, let's build more homes here. So we can get all 6 people houses. I think. I don't know how many people we actually have living in this place. But yeah, it seems like we have 6 workers. So we'll give all 6 people houses. So hopefully there's a lumberjack or a lumber mole person in here. Image on a cold and rainy day. Cthulhu rises from the freezing depths of Antarctica as he marches towards CT. Can you fucking imagine if Cthulhu turns out to be real? Like, bro. Can you imagine that? This family is passionate about working in lumberjack. They gain an experience, increasing their zeal while working in that workplace. So no one here actually, well, they can work. You'll work in the lumber mill. It's not a lumberjack, but it is.
Oh, High Priest.
So now what?
High Priest, the production of planks remains sluggish. Disassemble the remnants of those who came before us and claim their resources. Their failure may yet enrich the soil upon which our cult will thrive.
Fuck. I'm supposed to do 10? I think I already did a bunch. Oh, this is gonna be shit. You have a vid channel? What do you mean, do I have a vid channel? A VOD channel? I do, but I don't upload VODs anymore because I stream to YouTube as well.
My high priest, there is a matter that needs your attention and judgment. Show them the might of our God. Make them fear and feel the ecstasy of life.
Okay, fanaticism. The top UI bar shows your current cult fanaticism. You can increase or decrease it by making decisions and taking actions marked with a skull thingy. Hover over a specific threshold to see its effects. Okay. To thank the Old One for allowing them to arrive on his land, your people prepare ritual firewood spires. Each spire holds 2 caught animals struggling against the ropes and a captive brought along during your long voyage. The young man screams with a torn voice, crazed eyes, and deep bruises on his body. You are asked to throw the torch to begin celebrations. Light the spires in a way that causes a slow and painful burn. Release the sacrifice from the spires. What are we doing, chat? Be the bad guy this time around? All right. Come on, I want to see Kimmy wants me to burn the guys. What do you guys want? Are you going to be evil little fucks or are you not going to be evil? Burn. All right. Burn him, of course. All right. Burn them all. Shumi, how you doing? Let's just quickly see what happens. So, initiation. Followers uncover secrets and pledge their loyalty to the leader, still uncertain of the full power of their faith. Awakening. Initial experiences of supernatural presence begin to shape the followers' minds, sparking deeper devotion and the pursuit of spiritual enlightenment. Global zeal increase 1%. Horror swim speed plus 1%. Followers arriving plus 1%. Dedication to the cult becomes followers' life mission, willing to sacrifice everything for their god's favor and to transcend earthly limitations. Horror swim speed plus 1, followers arriving plus 2, followers arrival time 1 minute. Cult madness. Followers completely lose touch with the reality, descending into madness that embodies the power and terror of their deity. The global zeal increases by plus 5%. Horror swim speed plus 2. Followers arriving plus 4. Followers arrival time 5 minutes. Cultists will appear in your cities chanting in the streets. You can summon a new kind of powerful horror. Sacrifices now increase fanaticism instead of decreasing it. Maria, how are you doing? What channel have I returned into? What are we burning? Maria, we're burning a person. Busy being a Greek pirate in the Aegean Sea. We're burning a sacrifice to our god Cthulhu. As the last breath is drawn from the sacrifices and cultist excitement reaches its peak, suddenly something changes. People begin to scream and yell. You see a glimpse of the vision they see. A majestic tendrils of God slithering from the chasm, dripping in blood and gore covering the ground. Where the gore falls, a new material pocket is unearthed. The vision fades and your consciousness with it. Oh shit, boys.
Priest, have your senses been rekindled? At the culmination of the ritual, both of us fell into unconsciousness.
Yeah, this was rough. Eldritch Favor allows you to settle sacred lands and unlock new buildings. Enter the Eldritch Favor menu by interacting with an icon in the building menu.
And in that state,
to unlock the building selected and spend your Eldritch Favor to unlock it in the favor window.
our God spoke to us through images and visions revealing the sacred truth. Vision of a perfect temple hanging by the edge of the holy abyss. Speak the command, High Priest, and we shall erect this maiden monument bestowed upon us by our sovereign.
What the hell is this? The
There are
eye.
no materials, O High Priest. Worship the Great One.
There's no materials. I want to feed him an apple. He is distracting me. And here I thought I was being evil. Wait, what game are you playing, Maria? Okay, so a sacrifice altar. Got it. New building unlocked. Sacrifice altar. Hold the Holy
Priest,
crap.
it is imperative that the sacrificial altar be erected at the designated location, facing the abyss that lies at the heart of this realm.
Right. None shall intrude. The Saint? What game is that? That sounds cool. You're playing as a raid boss killing people? Fuck. That sounds cool, actually. Can you... You can't turn this building. Alright, here we go, boys. We have an altar. It's called None Shall Intrude the Saint. It's a new game, hasn't been fully released yet in Steam, but first phase is free to play with talents and such available. Basically a card game turned strategy. Oh, I don't like card games. Alright. So that's not the Great Old One. Ritual for favor. This ritual allows you to obtain favor by carving an effigy and making a sacrifice. As faithful, you can ask for blessings from your god. Among them, ask for Eldritch favor, needed for construction and locking buildings. So what are we gonna do?
Perceive not your station as immutable. Demonstrate worth through sacrificial tributes.
Complete first sacrifice to Eldritch Lord to obtain favor.
He will awaken.
So now we can begin the ritual. Okay, what are we... Wait, but what if I add materials for crafting a sacrificial... How do I sacrifice someone? This is carving an effigy. Oh, so you can't sacrifice yet, at least.
The fire was kindled, my High Priest. We must hastily commune with your faithful followers.
Okay. What do you mean? I am... Oh.
Encountering the Harbinger of God and the living conditions of your flock distort their minds. Pitiful, unenlightened souls. Yet, we should attend to their primal needs to amend this distraction. I have carefully recorded the needs of the faithful within their houses, all for your noble purpose.
Okay, so they're angry. Upset about shit. Enter a house to check follower needs.
Worship the great.
Okay, your people generate more faith and zeal the more needs you fulfill. In the house UI, you can see follower needs. Archmagus, how you doing, sir? Okay, so this tells us what they need. Okay.
Worship the great.
Begin by stating your followers' initial cravings. Construct the Elder's Temple and offer calm.
A re-educator. A cooked corn, clams. Alright. How do I do what? Unlock and bold an Elder's Temple. Fulfill Elder's Temple need.
Honor the teachings.
Here we go. Oh, shit.
Blessed are we by the magnificent tendrils of our God's liege. But I will have to quell the fear in our faithful, guiding them to all.
Start a college course to get into healthcare. Oh, shit. Archmage's nice. What do you want to do in healthcare? Okay, so we have that done. Now we can spend Elder's Temple, increase zeal in worshippers living nearby. Followers assigned for prayer, generate fanaticism points. Unlock and bold the Elder's Temple. Influence buildings such as Elder Temples will influence and fulfill your flock's needs in its range. To see if this building's range reaches your followers' homes, select it. Okay, so it's basically the same way it's always done. In order to see how far it reaches, let's get a road. Build a road all the way to there. And build up there. Kind of screwed up. I should have put these homes closer to this, because this is going to be completely wasted now. I'm going to build it here so we can build homes all around it. Or here, maybe. Yeah, we'll do that. I'm working my way up the nursing ladder, going to try to help people in my community. Bro, that's a good fucking goal. I'm proud of you, man. Well done.
Embrace your
So now I can assign increased zeal in worshippers living nearby. Followers assigned for prayer, generate fanaticism points. But I don't know how to... How do you assign people? I don't know how.
Do you hear his whisper?
Let's begin another ritual, shall we? Cam collectors. Yeah, I can't select that yet. That means a lot to me, brother. Thank you. Oh, you're more than welcome, bro. No, I mean, it's a great, what do you call it? It's a great thing, right? To try and serve your community. And it does actually help, you know, it makes you happy. You don't think so, but serving and helping out really does make life good. Have you the Citizen Con Squadron 42 gameplay cinematic footage? Digitmark, you said a bunch of words there. I understand each word individually, but I have no fucking idea what that means when you put it all together. Okay, now we do Clam Collector. I'm hoping that this is just... Is it a game? Digit. You're interested? It's like an hour long.
We require workers.
Okay, so this is... Oh, I have no clam collectors? Now let's do that. Okay, so what?
We will.
Let's give more people jobs here. We don't have anything else to do. We may as well. Come on, get the clams, bitches. Is it a plane game? So you fly planes and stuff? Because squadron usually means planes. And I am not a fan of plane games. Right, so we have clams aplenty.
High Priest,
right.
Behold how your faith income swells.
I mean, I'm losing a bunch of faith.
Your flock's primal desires and cravings have been salted, my High Priest, rendering them content and, most significantly, more devoted and productive in service to our sacred cause.
Okay.
Behold, your devoted acolytes stand ready, their zeal renewed, their faith unwavering, and eager to advance our noble pursuit.
Okay. So now the citizens can, like Star
Your men
Citizen?
have spotted a lone boat near our shore. It is in a dreadful condition. If souls are on board, we shall seize them and use their essence to deepen our faith.
Okay. Hold up. Let's just quickly check this out. Do you think this is going to be another Star Citizen Scamas? Is that basically... Okay, Squadron 42. Combat pilot training.
Navy is not about piloting the most cutting-edge ships or traveling to the farthest reaches.
Did they try to... Wait. Did they try to model this after Henry Cavill? I mean, look. Listen to the voice. Listen to the voice, and then you'll know what the hell's going on. So it's called Squadron 42. The gameplay reveal for Squadron, a third-person cinematic, narrative-driven space flight simulation combat experience within the Star Citizen universe. Star Citizen. Embark on an immersive adventure featuring Henry Cavill, Mark Hamill, No Tomlinson, Gary Oldman. So they're actually playing this. Well, it sounds like not only is it's there, they paid for these actors to be in it.
Not about piloting the most cutting-edge ships or traveling to the farthest reaches of the universe, forging connections that will last your entire life, fighting to protect your home and loved ones.
Man, the animations is shit. That voice is barely saying the words.
Even learning what you're truly capable of. Those are just the perks. I'm Commander Ryan Enright. I fly Navy.
Dude, I hear Star Citizen and my immediate thought is Skamos. Like, immediately, instant thought. Oh, here we go. This is another scam. I mean, how long has Star Citizen been promised? And I realize there's some people who swear that Star Citizen is going to be a thing. It's going to come out. We just need to give it time. It'll happen. It still hasn't happened. You know, did you guys know? Frozen Eagle, how you doing, sir? Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. Love you too, man. Did you guys know what the budget currently sits at for Star Citizen? Do you know how much money they've already spent on Star Citizen? $700 million. This game is spending $100 million a year. Now, I said this to Rurikon, and I maintain this. I actually don't think that Star Citizen is a scam. I don't think so. Not in the way that... Because remember, when we think of scams, we think of games that people are paying a lot of money into, and the developers of the game is actually doing nothing. They're just sort of taking the money and running. I don't think this is what they're doing. I think the problem that Star Citizen is in, and I still don't believe Star Citizen will ever release. I don't think anyone will ever be able to play Star Citizen. And the reason for it comes from a very old saying. Most of you should have heard the saying before. Perfect is the enemy of good. See, these guys, instead of just wanting to make a good game, they want to make the last game. They want to make a game that is so good that no one ever has to play anything else. This is just the game that takes care of everything. There's no way you spend $100 million a year on a game, and you're now at $700 million, and you still have no actual launchable game. This is unheard of. Do you have any idea how many copies they will have to sell of this game just to break even? Now, I know they've made tons of money, most of their money, if not all of their money, from the community already. So technically speaking, they're not in debt, but that might not even be true. They may have actually borrowed a shit ton of money in order to get this game to where it is now, and the community is just helping inflate it. So maybe they've already borrowed like 250 million. This game's never going to break even, ever. There's no way. The amount of copies they'll have to sell just to get there is nuts. I don't see this game ever launching. Now, this is a spin-off game. Maybe that's their new thing. So their new thing is launch a bunch of spin-off games to pay for the main game that we're starting to work on right now. Dude, this isn't quadruple A. This isn't even the one that you just did. What's 5 again? Quadruple is 4. What's 5? Penta 6 is... Yeah, Mr. Mix, it might actually be quintuple. So hexa, octa is 8, I think. There's going to be more A's than you can count, actually. This is going to be a quintillion, million, billion A game, this. Like, there's no shot. It's going to be the fucking... There's no A's. There's not enough A's in the world to account for the A's that this game is going to end up being. It is ridiculous. Miara, the game isn't already here. I can't just go and buy the game. Like, where do I go to buy this game? To install it and to start playing it? And then it's finished. It's done. The whole story is there. The game is there. I can play the game and finish the story, and it's not there. Unless you're willing to pay a lot of money in order to get into the game. I just don't see it. I don't see the game ever being launch ready, because it feels like they're wasting time on things that really don't matter. Unless, of course, the idea is that it should just always be in early access, basically, because that's where they are. They're basically in early access. So their idea is to basically be Rust, where the game never actually exits early access. So how's the story, Niara, in Star Citizen? Is there a story already, or is it just basically flying around, collecting stuff, and that's it? I want to see the gameplay here. I think it's a scam. I don't think it's ever going to come out.
Andulan's stupid. If they know we know, they would have hit us by now.
Hey, they can take as much time as they want. The longer they wait, more of a chance the 42s will get back.
Well, they can hit.
What's the flying like?
Got one! I got one!
Okay.
Good kill.
I mean, is this the flying?
Come on, people, keep up the pressure. Another wave.
Yeah, I see him.
Yeah, but Niara, this is exactly what I said. Remember, I said I don't classify Star Citizen as a scam in the same way that people think of scams. People think of scams as they take the money and they run, so they don't produce anything. I think of Star Citizen as a scam in that the game will never actually be done. They will continuously produce and produce and produce and produce and make more stuff and make more stuff and make more stuff and make more stuff and rework things and rework things and rework, because at some point, and as all great authors will tell you, at some point you have to stop writing. If you continuously reread your chapters of a book and you keep making changes, you can make that forever. Like, you can keep making changes forever, and basically your book will never come out because you're just making changes the whole time. At some point, you have to take a step back and be like, okay, that's done. Yes, I can make millions of changes more, and yes, there's still a lot of work that can go in there, but that's done. Because if I keep going, I'm just never going to stop. It's not perfect, but it's good enough. I don't know if this game, if Star Citizen is ever going to reach the point where they go, okay, that's good enough. We can relax now. We can take a step back and we can just let people play the game. Maybe that's the idea. As I said, I'm not above the idea that they don't want the game to ever be done. They're happy to just always produce and keep producing and keep making good. I mean, Rust kind of does this. There's a lot of people that call Rust a scam because, technically speaking, Rust has been in development for more than a decade now, because it's still in early access. And they asked the lead developer for Rust, will Rust ever leave early access? And he said, no. We're happy to keep it in early access because while in early access, we can do whatever the fuck we want. We don't have to worry about anything because it's early access. We can make all the changes we want to the game, and people have to accept that this is early access. So Do you want to know? Last time they created a all engine for the animation of clothes. You know what I think? You know what I think Star Citizen is going to be? I think it's going to be one hell of a resource for other games. Maybe that's exactly what the dude is going to... Because if they keep building their own engines, like you just said there, they might at some point start making the engine itself commercial. Because they're spending all of this time and money making the engines, getting the engines ready and allowing the engines to evolve. So maybe at some point they go, look, we have this fascinating engine that is doing things that no other engine can do, and you can make your own games in this engine using all of the technology that we've developed, and they'll make bank. I mean, they'll make absolute bank. So that maybe there are avenues for them to make serious cash. Star Citizen? I don't know. Escape from Tarkov has been in beta since 2017. Yeah, there's many games like that. Did it? Well, yeah. I mean, why not? A singular boat, badly beaten up, miraculously arrived on the shore. Its inhabitants clumsily exited to the shore, falling to their knees and kissing the ground. They talk of dreams that beckoned them here. Your priest suggests that you should offer some of them in gratitude to your lord for this gift. Pick the weakest, order for the blood to be used in a ritual. Welcome the rest to the flock, for their calling just begins. Do not sacrifice any of the arrivals and welcome them to the flock, for this is a sign of your god, and all will be useful. Let's sacrifice some of them. Go. The performance window displays the status of each production building. You can effortlessly monitor the performance of individual workplaces, allocate additional workers, or promptly access the selected builder's UI.
Fulfilling the people's needs amplifies our faith in come. Let us bolster our cult.
Oh yeah, I don't know.
And see it flourish.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Expand. Its tendrils stretching beyond control. High Priest, let us convene in the main storage. I have a proposal for maintaining order.
Wait, I'm busy.
I serve the demons.
You don't know how much I'm itching for something like that? Battlestar Galactica? Dude, I would unironically play the shit out of a game that has like that's based on Battlestar Galactica. The lore of Battlestar Galactica is sick. My high priest, when you first lit this path, we stood on known shores with but a small flock. Now, at this sacred site where our fate solidifies, newcomers speak of dreams drawing them to us, and many more will surely come. We must enforce order and reverence through ceremonies. Please, take this knife I found at the abyss's edge. Use it to assert your authority. Okay, yeah.
Do not hesitate. Build the ceremony hall.
Wait, how many people? I have 11 people now. We need more houses. Oh fuck! I fucked up. Oh shit!
You will be rewarded.
I fucked up. There we go. Much better. I need to figure out, like, I need better people in Did I just speed up the game speed? Oh, I made the game speed much faster, actually. Okay, so do we have lumberjacks here? Oh, fuck off. How's this even possible? You know what? I will download back Scam Citizen. I need to try that new quantum travel. Niora, let me know how it goes. Send me some in-game screenshots, please. I'd like to see. How is it possible that every house only gives a home to one person? Am I being fucking scammed?
Let us gather.
I like how the followers of Scam Citizen even calls it Scam Citizen.
We will.
How can there be no one that does lumberjacking? What is happening? I do have a clam collector here that wants to collect clams. Where's that? Oh, here we go. Clam collectors.
I serve the deep.
Where is this going? Oh, lumberjack. I can't believe
I serve the deep.
50 euros, 200 plus hours game time. I'm okay for that kind of scam. You have shit ton of YouTube gameplay video echo. The streamer having fun stealing people's spaceship. What do you mean?
Our work for our God.
I'm not stealing anyone's spaceship. What are we doing now? All right, ceremony hall. I need 15.
Honor the teachings.
Begin the ritual. Oh.
Do you hear his whisper?
How do you get... Is this the only way to build new buildings?
Embrace your destiny.
I don't know how to make people pray. Yeah, I have no idea how to make people pray.
Let us gather. Do you hear his whisper?
And we need to do another one. Clean, how you doing? The building and the crater, make a ritual. Yeah, but it seems like that's the only way to do it. Like, you physically cannot do it any other way. And you also can't let people pray.
We obey.
They have clams 100%. They have a temple 100%. They don't have shit all else. Ooh. No. Let's finish this first. Let's finish this first. Ceremony hall, and then we can relax. Is this how you go in? I'm assuming this is where you go in to Orlier. Why would anyone want to go into Orlier? Like, what is the point?
Honor the teachings.
Ceremony hall. Fuck, where do I bolt this? We're gonna bolt. Gonna bolt this here. This game seems a bit like Anno. I think it's similar to Anno. Yeah, Classico. It has a bit more of a story, obviously, but I think it's very similar to Anno.
Honor the teachings.
There's a lot of micromanagement in the game, though. Like a bunch of
The
micromanagement.
structure is complete. Let us gather your faithful and conduct the ceremony. Lead them toward purity and faith. Lead them toward fanaticism.
Let us gather.
The ceremonial building lets you connect with your faithful, see your city, and conduct ceremonies that unlock rewards and increase cult fanaticism.
Do you hear his whisper?
Ceremonial carving. Carve a divinely inspired symbol onto your followers, interpret its meaning to change their specialization and increase fanaticism. Oh, shit. Okay. Let's take this guy that can make robes. Carve the fuck out of her. Carve. Now... finish the carving. Dude, this is such a weird game. Is it wood for more points per ritual? I've been playing Against the Storm on Steam, kind of like this, in the village building. Chaos, how you doing, bro? Okay, so we can mark our followers. Carved symbols have set outcomes. You can discover which symbol creates what outcome and use that to your advantage. So, commemorate carvings. The Book of Symbols. So, in order to do... which one do I want to do now? This one. So I have to do a bit of a circular one. But does it look like that? Do you think that's correct? I don't know. Don't know if that's correct. Oh, here we go. Yeah, that's fine. Interpret this symbol to change destiny. The family represented by this person will now gain expertise and efficiency while working in the lumber mill.
High Priest, suffering ennobles. Mark your people and guide them along the spiritual path in life.
Okay.
I serve the
Mark.
Wait. Let's fire this guy. Assign this guy.
Marking the people sets their destiny.
And then assign this guy.
Enroll within the cult. By your hand, your holy mandate is strengthening, as is your people's reverence, pushing them towards fanaticism.
Kiki, that is such a degenerate thing to say. People don't know what happens to some of the materials they produce. They're convinced they disappear somewhere, but they're afraid to approach the smelly end of the yard, where strange indentations in the ground can barely be seen. Do not fear, my faithful. Our God will light our path. Go and see if the missing materials are in there. Fanaticism. Planks. In many tomes I have uncovered, there was a mention of foul creatures that digs deep and its hunger is endless. Gather materials and cover the hole. So we'll lose a bit of fanaticism, but we will gain planks. Strauss, how you doing, sir? Pulls oneself out of the rabbit hole. Okay, I'm back. How you doing, Strauss? Kiki, I respect it. Like, I absolutely respect it. Which choice would you guys say is the better one here? Do we cover up the hole without checking what's inside the hole? Do we sacrifice some of our fanaticism, get our planks back? Or what do we do? Decisions. Gotta jump in head first. Yeah, but I'm kind of wondering, Kiki, Clean. The reason I'm wondering about this is I want to know if maybe there's something in that hole. Something that we can utilize and use later on. I do want to go for max fanaticism. But I think for now, let's just wait. Let's wait for fanaticism to keep going. And then...
Worship the Great One.
So we have these guys working there. We have this guy working there. I want another clam dude. Yeah, I need another clam dude. So we'll take another one of the robe dudes. And... Oh, you... Fake.
Let us gather.
Let's do another ritual, shall we? Oh shit.
Do you hear his whisper?
Me, to be honest, I somehow killed everyone in BG. Okay. How did you manage that? Okay, let's get cracking, shall we? We want a corn plantation, cooked corn. I don't think we can have anything else. Yeah, that should be good, actually. Now, let's go basic goods, corn plantation. Now, how is this corn plantation going to work? Is there, like, some areas that's better for corn plantations, or is all areas basically the same? And then I have enough people left to finish. But I truly didn't want to fight, but somehow every time I ended up fighting them. I mean, I respect that. I respect the pun. Let's get Kraken. Kraken is a giant squid. Cthulhu is also a squid man. Who said... Did I say Kraken? And I didn't think I said Kraken, but alright. I mean, I respect that. Oh, fuck off. Plantation produces goods from fields to build fields. Select the place fields button.
We require workers, O High Priest.
Can we not just place the fields automatically? Must we do this? Do you think that's maximum?
We require workers, O
Ah, nice. Where's my corn, bitches? Assign and assign. There we go. Let's produce some corn. Now let's do this. Do you guys know, anyone that's played this already, do you know if they'll bring the corn straight to the corn cooker, or do they first take it to this thing and then take it to the corn cooker? I guess we'll see. Yes, it hurt me. Oh, I'm so sorry, Kimmy. Didn't mean to do that. Or did I? I'm just over here trying to increase fanaticism, really.
We require workers.
Alright, so corn cooker, go.
O High Priest.
Your strength must ascend if you are to rouse our slumbering roar from the depths. Approach, human, and I shall illuminate the path.
Interact with the Harbinger. Where's the Harbinger? Oh, over here. Well, that's not Xal'atath. Xal'atath would have made a better Harbinger. How do I... like, these people should be super happy right now, because I'm basically going to give them cooked corn when this can be done.
Serve the deep.
Let us gather.
We obey.
This takes time.
We will be rewarded.
Let's get one more person in here. Just while we're... Ah, fuck it. Employ all of them. Screw it. Gets time down a little bit, actually. So
Worship
fine.
the Great One.
And more feet for sure. True. Okay, what's happening now?
Your entreaties found favor, and thus came the reward. Now your god hungers for another offering. Multiply and putrefy. Capture those lacking the vision.
Oh, so there's combat in this game as well.
To the abyss as a sacrificial gift, and wisdom shall be offered.
So I need to go capture... The map allows you to quickly gauge the situation around your land. To open it, select it in the left side UI.
High Priest, we must navigate the depths to claim distant shores and reach the unenlightened souls chosen to satisfy the hunger of our deity.
This game just keeps getting deeper.
The primordial might of our Lord abyssal servant, Azathiel, to extend our dominion over further realms.
How do I do that? It is basically just Dark Anno, if I'm honest.
I serve the deep.
It's just Dark Anno, really. I mean, you think about it. I'm not interested so far. Anno is really good, Kimmy. Have you ever played Anno? If you've played Anno, you'll kind of get a sense of what I'm talking. So Anno is one of those games where, if this game is like Anno, here's what makes Anno insane. Anno starts off looking like the most simplistic video game you could ever play in your entire life. Like, genuinely, just super simplistic. It almost feels too simplistic. It feels like, wow, they really did minimum effort on this game. And then you keep going, and you keep going, and you keep going, and about 4 hours, 5 hours into your playthrough, you're like, motherfucker. This is a lot more complex than I thought this was going to be. Because then suddenly, yeah, it's like suddenly it turns into a logistical nightmare of, okay, wait, I need this, but then I also need this, and I need to put this here and this here. Fuck, this is wrong. So you're just continuously trying to rebuild and reorganize things to where it kind of works. And then you finally get to your first playthrough to that point, and you realize, oh, you can't do all of this on one island. It gets too much. It's better to spread it over multiple islands and have every island sort of focus on its own thing rather than try to focus everything in one island. So it really does get deep. I like the look of this. I like city builders, and this has that occult twist I really could find myself lost in. Jim, yeah, I think it's good. At least for now, it feels like a good game. But I feel like we're definitely going to have to try Final Fantasy 16 and also Monster Hunter to see what that is like. Because I think both could be really good. Let's do another... let's carve someone else, shall we? What am I carving again? What did I want to carve again? Now I can't remember what I wanted to carve. Was it Clam Collector? So it's like... There we go.
Our work for our God.
Clam Collectors. What did they change in 16, or is it the same but story progress? Kimmy, when you're wait, you mean what's changed from 14 to 16? Or what do you mean? The trailer looked really nice. I promised Rurikon that I will give Monster Hunter a go. So we were looking into Monster Hunter World a little bit earlier. And I was like, I don't know if I necessarily want to play this, but I did promise that I would. And Rurikon didn't steer me wrong. He kept bugging me about Elden Ring, and I ended up loving Elden Ring. So maybe trying Monster Hunter World won't be the worst idea in the world. Have you thought about Ashes of Creation or not the tester type? So Strauss, I won't unless they come to me and give me a key. I won't buy into testing. I see no point in doing that. But if they came to me and they were like, "Hey, we want to give you a key. Here you go," I would obviously take it, right? Almost immediately. That being said, though, I am still of the opinion that Ashes of Creation is going to be a giant flop. And I hate to say this because I know there's a lot of people super excited for it. I think people are making a mistake. I think, and I want to be clear, I don't think Ashes of Creation is going to be a giant flop because it's going to be bad. I think it's going to be good. They seem to know what they're doing. I think it's going to be a flop because people don't know what it is. People are expecting that the game is going to be your bog standard normal MMO, and it's clearly not that. So we have two options when it comes to Ashes of Creation. Option number one, they nail everything perfectly. They get it just right. I don't think they will, but let's say they do. The game is going to be a hardcore MMO. How many people do you know today that knows what a hardcore MMO is? Not many. In fact, I would say almost no one. So for those of you that don't know what a hardcore MMO is, hardcore MMOs punish you for mistakes. In the hardcore MMOs of old, now there are some things that they won't have in Ashes of Creation, but they're gonna have similar things. In old school MMOs, so the hardcore ones, this was before the era of World of Warcraft. By the way, the reason for World of Warcraft's success was literally because they didn't do this. They were the first MMO to go super casual and people fucking loved it. Because the old school Dark Age of Camelot, Lineage 2, even EverQuest, when you died, you lost XP. Like, you could literally de-level. That's how bad it was. So if you got into a massive PvP battle, because these were all PvP games where people could attack, most of these games actually just had PvP. They had very little PvE. So what would happen is, if you died, you would lose XP. In games like Lineage 2, not only could you lose XP, you could lose all your gear. So someone could kill you and loot you and take all of your shit. Just take it, right? Then you have to start over, or you need to have a bunch of backup shit in your banks or in your bags so that you can actually, keep going. If you died enough, you literally lose levels. So you could go from max level to not max level very, very quickly if you got into too many PvP fights. The fights would also be so, even if you were if you were trying to level, the way you would level was the grind. People called World of Warcraft Classic grindy. Modern day players think World of Warcraft Classic is a little grindy because sometimes you have to kill a bunch of mobs to get 1 or 2 levels. Welcome to the world of hardcore gaming. Back in the day, there was really no such thing as quests. There was grinding. You would go into the forest and you would just kill things over and over and over and over again until you got max level. That was the game. The whole point was this. And yeah, the higher you get up, the more you would grind and the less you would do anything. So these games were actually designed to never really get to max level. Max level was sort of like this thing that you tried to get to, but you very quickly realized you can't ever really get there. Well, you can, but it's a lot of work, and it's not really that worth it. It's just get to a decent enough level and fight people and get their shit and keep fighting. That was the point of hardcore games. Now, obviously in Ashes of Creation, they have a bunch of different features, and they even have PvE and dungeons, and they're going to have raids and all the rest of it, but the core of that game is still going to be something that most people are not going to be ready for. Most people are not going to understand it. Now, let's go to what I think is actually going to happen here. And this is the sad version, or this is the sad scenario. I think the game is trying to be a jack of all trade, which almost always means master of none. I think the game is trying to be too many things in too many ways for too many people. Because they're trying to do the hardcore PvP stuff, which is what they obviously love. Then they have things like caravans that you can move stuff forward. You have this new kind of city system. You have the housing system and also apartment systems. You have raids, you have dungeons, you have PvP battles. But then you also have these sort of set up PvP battles. You have strongholds and sieges and all the rest of it. Almost each of these individual elements can be an entire game in itself. And there are entire games set up for those specific things. So now the question is, what are the chances that they do it perfectly? Because you have to. In the modern era, if an MMO launches and it's not perfect, it doesn't work, right? People just immediately go back to the other MMOs. You have Final Fantasy XIV, you have SWTOR, you have ESO, you have World of Warcraft, you have all of these other MMOs. People will try it out. If anything sucks, if the thing that they like sucks, they'll leave and they'll go back to their game. So that is my worry with Ashes of Creation. I think a better option would have been to condense the scope. So try to maybe launch with good PvP and some PvE, maybe dungeons and raids, and then slowly over time add these other things as you fix. Because remember, there's no way you launch this MMO without serious balancing problems and serious issues, because this is, for a lot of these guys, going to be their first time ever doing an MMO, and you're going to have to deal with player expectations and all the rest of it. So if you launched with a smaller scope, you launched maybe with a raid, some dungeons, and PvP. You can go in, you can fix the balance for the raid, you can fix the balance for the dungeon, you can fix the balance for PvP, and now the lessons that you learn there, you can now go and apply to caravans, right? And then you can apply those lessons that you learn in caravans to strongholds. So you're basically working sort of slowly but surely, working your way through the game and figuring out what is the right way of playing the game, of making this game. It just, I'm wary that they could be trying to do way more than what was required to be successful, and that might actually be the thing that sinks them. It's fair to say. New World is a great example of an MMO that released. It started off as a hardcore MMO, like Akko is describing, then pivoted after playtest and became something no one felt drawn to. Jim Jones, yeah. I mean, the problem with New World is in many ways the same thing. Trying to be too many things to too many people all at once. Whereas it should have tried to hyper-focus on just one or two things, get those things right before you try to do grander and greater things. If they do the city thing right, they'd have something that WoW and Final Fantasy doesn't have. Clean, that is true. That is true. WoW have rewired the brain of MMO players too. Casting time, travel, combat raid, etc., etc. True. I have been in for years. It is possible that it is what happens. There is a huge cult following of boomers like me from EQ1. But those who are younger, it will weed out a lot. My guild is around 1,000 people, not my guild. Organized PvP crafting. So we have enough PvPers for those who don't want to PvP. Strauss, I do think that, again, when I say that the game is going to fail, I don't mean that the game is going to crash and burn. It's not New World. I don't think so. I think there's enough people that have tried and played the game that actually like the game that it won't be that. But I think I've heard people claim that this is going to be the MMO to kill all other MMOs, and I think those people are going to be disappointed. I think the game is going to have a cult following, and I think the game may even become one of the larger MMOs, but I don't think it's going to be a large MMO. I think it's going to be maybe 1 million, maybe 2 million players, if that. And as long as I know, Steven though did say, and this actually did give me, I forgot about this, but as I said it, I remembered it. In one of the Q&As, they actually asked Steven about player numbers, and he actually said that the plan, or for their planning, is to have about 1 million players. Now, if that is what they're shooting for, I think they'll get it. I think they'll easily get 1 million players. I don't think they'll get much more than that. Maybe at launch, or maybe whenever there's some major thing happening, they might get people logging in. But if they're gonna go, if they were trying to launch for like 10 million, I doubt it. This is just, but then, you know what? I might eat my words. It might be that I'm looking at this from a sort of a biased position. I'm looking at the kind of games that gamers are playing, and I think that is the kind of games that gamers are playing. But then you look at the player numbers for almost every MMO, and what we see is a constant downward trend. MMOs aren't trending upwards. More and more people aren't starting to play MMOs. So it could literally be that gamers actually want that hardcore game. They don't know they want that hardcore game, but they do want that hardcore game. And the reason we think they don't want that hardcore game is because no other games, big games, are hardcore games. So, you know, anything can happen. Ash has the same problem that Star Citizen has. It's built up so much hype. It will never reach it, and that's going to sting to a lot of people. The hype, I must say, they have done a little bit of work towards the hype. I warned against the hype of Ashes probably like 2 years ago. 2 years ago, I made a video saying why Ashes of Creation will never succeed. And what I just told you guys literally has been my criticism for all this time. It's literally what I said. A lot of people disliked what I had to say, even though I do believe that my take is very fair, because I'm not suggesting that it will fail outright. But 2 years ago, I said one of the biggest fears I have, because this was during the time where they were still making a big deal every month, live streams, and they were sort of hyping people up crazy, you know, just like, oh, it's coming, it's coming. And everyone was losing their minds. I remember everyone watching every single Ashes of Creation video on Twitch and making reactions of it, and everyone's hyping it up. And I was like, hype doesn't work this way. People don't stay hype forever. You have to manage hype. The way you do hype is a year and a half before the game goes live, you launch some giant trailer that gets people super excited. Then you don't say shit. You kind of allow the hype to die completely. Then a couple of months later, you maybe release some kind of footage of early access gameplay, or maybe another cinematic of some kind, or maybe a dev Q&A. So people go, oh, shit, this game is still here. I'm so excited. And then you let it die again, right? So you kind of ride the wave of the hype. And then usually around 3 months before the game goes live is when you want to go balls to the wall. Now you want to start riding that hype hard, right? This is where you go, right, $5 hooker, let's ride it as hard as we can. And you just ride that hype thing to the finish line. Because now it's going to build. And you want to hit crescendo at the moment of launch. Because that's when most people will buy the game. They started very early with hype in this one, but it does feel like they sort of pulled back on some of the hype. They pulled back and they were like, let's wait and see. mean, the problem with MMOs is that they feel more single player than multiplayer games. Clean, I agree with that. I agree with that. My take is the hardest part will surrounded around finding guilds. So many hardcore groups will it will be difficult to find a tame area for solo casual players. I put money into the failed EQ Next mini game, lol. So I get the feeling. Oh yeah, Strauss, I get that. EQ Next was actually super promising. I remember looking at EQ Next and thinking, man, this game looks beast. I must admit, I was a little sad when EQ Next failed because it seemed like it had everything going for it. And then suddenly it was as if they just said, nah, screw it. We'll go do something else. I don't know. We'll see. Fundamentally, you should love it then, since you like single players. I do like single players, but if a game is focused on single player, that's brilliant, right? Because the game is made for single player. MMOs make for really shit single players because the story is designed as an MMO story, so you don't really get personalized conclusions. Most of the stories aren't really that deep because it's an MMO, so you focus on other things. The gameplay isn't as deep in MMOs as they are in single players because you have to cater to so many different playstyles and so many people playing together. So MMOs make really shit single player games the same way single players make really shit MMOs. This is one of the key lessons I think Elder Scrolls learned. Elder Scrolls, as it works in the Skyrim era, brilliant. People loved it. Move that exact same gameplay into an MMO feel, and suddenly, not as fun, right? Because they don't really mesh together. Even though Elder Scrolls or ESO has very different gameplay to Skyrim, the concept remains the same, right? And yeah, that doesn't mesh as well. Yeah, I feel like when I play MMOs, I want the MMO feeling. Was there a mini game for it though? I don't even know. That is interesting. Oblivion was my game that led me to WoW. Warcraft was the game that led me to WoW. But all right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to go. I'm going to go grab some food, get some relaxing time before I have to go to bed. Because tomorrow is gym again and working out. I will be live again tomorrow. Remember, we have Baron's chat tomorrow. So we'll only be live at 2 o'clock my time. It's a little bit later than now. Or that we started today. But it's a little bit earlier than now. So we will be live then. Then on the next stream, I'm assuming it will be Monday. Next stream. I make no promises, but I think it will be Monday. But on the next stream, I'm going to look into either Monster Hunter or Final Fantasy 16. It depends on how I feel. But I might give either one of those a go, depending on. I appreciate all of you, as always, for coming out, for hanging out with me, for spending your time with me. Ladies and gentlemen, as always, be good to each other. Be kind to each other. Thank you so much to all of the donations and the subs and everything. I love you guys from the bottom of my heart.